this is the 259.
Okay, so there'll be a break anyway.
Yes, so there's exit and then you'll take over.
Okay.
And then they'll come back up. Nope.
Let's see. Jeff. Can you roll?
No TV.
Christine, are you good? She's not in yet. Okay, we're just gonna wait for her to get it. You good?
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, perfect. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that a notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board in Town Hall and forwarding to the officially designated newspapers that this meeting would take place at Town Hall at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021. Meeting details and the draft agenda were also posted on our township website. Please all stand to salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Miggins,
Here.
Ms. Stahl-Eglo,
Here.
Mr. Vinayak,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Here.
Mayor Prupus.
Here.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
May I speak first, Mayor?
Yeah, sure.
I would like to propose an amendment to this evening's agenda. I would respectfully ask that we open a brief public comment section directly after committee reports and before presentations for only those who wish to speak regarding flooding in the township. Of course, asking all to be concise and limit to 3 minutes. That being said, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend this evening's agenda to allow public comment limited to flooding in the township, allow maximum 3 minutes if needed per speaker to take place following committee reports and before presentations.
May I have a second? I will second that. May we discuss now this? Would you like to have a
Yes,
discussion about this?
I would like to, I'd just like to point out at the meeting a couple of weeks ago, we had a room full of people and many people on Zoom. I don't know who's here tonight for this, but they waited more than 2 hours to speak. And they all have young families. Many are still not in their homes. They're living at friends or in a resident apartment, or they're living in construction, as I am in my own house. But this isn't about me. It's about the entire community that was affected by the flooding of Ida. And I'm sure, I would hope my fellow TC members would be gracious to allow those who wish to be heard the courtesy to be heard before we have a packed agenda tonight. And I think it would be a show of goodwill if we could do that for the residents who wish to speak just to the flood issue.
Got it. I think that that is fine. I do know that the last meeting, I think it was hard for people to sit through all the presentations, and it really showed that I think some people took that as that flood mitigation wasn't a priority of our township, and I know for the entire board that it is a priority for our township. So I'm totally okay with letting them speak. When did you suggest that happens?
I believe after we do our, right after, either before or after our reports, but before the proclamation and before the presentations.
So right after the approval of the minutes?
Yes, yes, that'd be
And it would just be a
perfect.
public comment for relating to the flooding.
Right, if people
and-
want to speak to their experience or their feelings moving forward with flood before the entire meeting moves on, which is,
I'm totally okay with that. Does anyone else have any opinions or discussion before we take a vote on that?
No comment from me.
No comment?
Nope.
Well, how long, I know we have a very packed agenda tonight, and
So is your,
well, my concern, I mean, I also want to hear what people say, but we do have public comment.
So we
Are you
can-
saying that the public comment is
a
late?
brief, whoever is here to speak to
About
just
flood
flooding,
mitigation.
just flooding. And they would speak, the allotted 3 minutes or less. And because they have young families and they need to get home. And I think we really tried their, availability, that's 3 weeks ago already.
it was 3 weeks.
Yeah, so I think we should let them speak briefly before we move on. The courtesy, it's a courtesy to give our residents and property owners, business owners, whoever wish to speak.
Okay. Committee, Megan, we're just discussing this right now. We're going to take a roll call vote. Do you have anything that you would like to say at this point about this?
The rules seem to change every week.
Right.
No.
And
Well, we're formally amending the agenda. This is the way it works.
I
So
don't
this is,
appreciate that.
this
All I'm
is part
saying
of
is
the
that
rules.
the rules seem to change every week.
This is, okay,
That's all.
noted.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay, do you have anything to say, or should we take a roll call vote?
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna take a roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Ms. Stahl-Eglo?
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
No.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
No.
Mayor Prupus?
Yes. All right, so I guess
Thank you.
part of the procedure is that we will not amend the agenda, but, okay, I guess we're
Okay,
never
let
amending.
the, I would just like to say, I'm sorry, let the record show in public that I would have liked to provide this short opportunity before a 2 or 3 hour meeting for people to speak to the flooding, which is foremost on their mind, above fair share housing, above many things that are going on in our township committee. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve the September 1st regular, 2021 regular township committee minutes?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? None. May I have a motion to approve the September 1st, 2021 special township committee minutes?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. We have a proclamation tonight for the National Injury Prevention Day, and Committeeman Vinayak is going to present that.
Present for me. Nothing there. Mr. McDowell, do we have a mic in the center?
Podium.
I think the podium was moved.
Oh, okay. So this is a proclamation, whereas injuries are the leading cause of death and disability to U.S. children ages 1 to 18, and whereas the Township of Millburn is committed to creating a safe environment contributing to the safety and well-being of our children, and whereas an estimated of 54% of gun owners don't lock all of their guns securely, and an estimated of 5.4 million children live in a home with at least one unlocked and loaded gun, an increase of 800,000 children since 2015. And whereas almost every single day, a child gets their hand on a gun and unintentionally kills or injures themselves or someone else in the US. And whereas research shows that the best way to protect children and teens from accessing guns is to implement secure firearm storage practices, and whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is mayor's highest responsibility, and whereas hospitals, state agencies, and community organizations and are committed to their crucial role in reducing injuries and deaths by promoting safe practices, and whereas National Injury Prevention Day raises awareness and promotes efforts to reduce injuries among children, the Township of Millburn commends Be Smart, a program developed by the Every Town for Gun Safety Support Fund and Moms Demand Action, and all involved in their endeavor to protect children from injury. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Township Committee of the Township of Millburn in the County of Essex, State of New Jersey, hereby declares 18th of November to be National Injury Prevention Day. Thank you.
Yeah.
He has something to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. To have a few remarks will be shorter than the proclamation. I am Charlie Mangano. I'm a resident of Millburn Short Hill since 1985.
You could take your mask down for 2 minutes. Yeah, that's better.
My home is on Canoebrook Road in Short Hills, where I live with my wife and mother-in-law. I'm here tonight as a volunteer for Be Smart for Kids, a public education campaign of Moms Demand Action for gun sense in America. Be Smart focuses on secure gun storage to prevent child access to guns that could result in injuries, deaths. We are happy to be partnering this year with the Injury-Free Coalition for Kids and National Injury Prevention Day to raise awareness that every day in the US, 20 children die from preventable injuries from guns. Be Smart campaign can help prevent the injuries and deaths that occur when children have access to unsecured guns. The statistic to keep in mind is that as of October 25th, 288 children accessed loaded guns, which resulted in 118 deaths and 185 injuries. Be Smart campaign provides a framework for parents and adults to normalize conversations about the safe storage of guns and how to take responsible action that can prevent child access to guns. Be Smart is neutral on gun ownership. However, we believe that safe storage of firearms is the single most important thing we can do today to keep our children, schools, and communities safe. SMART is an acronym for the 5 steps in the campaign. I handed out some of the cards. S, secure all guns in homes and vehicles. M, model responsible behavior around guns. A, ask about the presence of guns in our homes. Recognize the role of guns in suicide. Tell your peers to be smart. I thank the committee for issuing the proclamation, joining other committees, recognizing November 18th, 2021 as National Injury Prevention Day. Also, we ask that the township display this poster in the municipal building and shine a green light on the municipal building on November 18th to light the way for injury prevention. Thank you for your support and help with this endeavor.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Committeeman Vinayak, do you have any reports for tonight?
Committeeman Richard Wasserman and I toured South Mountain area. We met with congressmen, we met with our assemblymen, we met with our county engineer. We took a tour for all the bridges that we have and the dams that Army Corps had been working on, just to kind of see and relate to what exactly flooding is. coming from and what are the reasons that we get water and what can be done. So instead of just reading on the paper, we went out there to understand all those things. County engineer and our township engineer also took a walk in South Mountain area. We've been working with our assemblyman to push for a program that raises homes. It's a still program. We have information on the program, but apparently that is not really being approved for our town. So we are trying to work with them if we can get some help in making those homes, raising them high up, especially the homes that has living space filled with water, not just the basement. So that's all from me. Thank you, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just to piggyback on what Committeeman Vinayak said, we had a very good, just to touch on, just to add a little more flavor to what he said. We met personally with Congressman Malinowski. We talked to him about FEMA's response to our, to our residents and about their responsiveness and what our residents can do if they wanted to if they had a problem with their FEMA awards. And the answer to that was to contact his office, so obviously, but they are working on that. And then with Assemblyman McKeon, as what Mr. Vinayak said, New Jersey has a still program which our township doesn't qualify for or has not been included in. So we're working with his office to see if there's any way to get us included in that, to appeal that. And I think that could be something that something in the future that we can really look at, the still program, because it's been effective in other communities, and it could be something that could be helpful, as people go forward. And in addition to that, I want to give a shout out for CETA, that for CETA Sundays, we have our acrylic painting workshop on December 5th from 1 to 3 p.m. at the Bauer Center. So I want to invite everybody to participate. I have some handouts. I have some handouts in the front here. There is a QR code, which is incredible. So just put your phones on it, and you can capture the information. Also, I do want to mention from Explore Millburn, and this is just incredible work. And shout out to Steve Grillo. As of today, approximately $400,000 has been, given out to merchants through Explore Millburn, administered by Explore Millburn. And I think they really made a difference for, a lot of our shopkeepers. And that was really, really heartfelt. Also from Explore Millburn, the Morris Turnpike beautification is done. There were 8 planters placed and 5 new branded welcome signs along Morris Avenue. I've been in town for about 30 years. I've never seen anybody, beautify Morris Avenue. And that was really a good thing to do. And also going forward from Explore Millburn, they have small business. There will be a small business season. There's going to be a 45-day social media. I don't know if I'm supposed to say blitz or not, but they're going to have a social media focus for 45 days before the holidays, focused on our businesses. And so if you watch your social media, hopefully you'll see a lot of Explore Millburn targeting people to come to Millburn to do their business here. So, and those are all my reports.
Great. Committeewoman Miggins, do you have anything to report on tonight?
Just Dorothy Kelly, who sits on the library board, asked that I guess in the past, people have, the TC member on the library board announces there's a gift drive, and it's called Caring Kids, and it's their 11th annual holiday gift drive and celebration. And they've partnered with the New Jersey Regional Day School in Newark, and each of those children has significant special needs. So they're reaching out to our community. It's Millburn Elementary Schools run an amazing drive for it. So she asked that I bring that to everyone's attention. They'll be collecting ShopRite and Walmart gift cards to help the families with basic necessities. And their holiday party is Saturday, December 11th from 12 to 2 at Hartshorn School. All COVID-19 health protocols will be in place. I have a little holiday annual drive I'll leave up at the front. And that's it for my reports. Thank you.
Committeewoman Eglo, do you have any reports for tonight?
Yes, thank you. Today, the Mountain Valley Joint 911 Center Board met, and we're pleased to announce that we have officially promoted Keely Heyman from Assistant Director to the Director. So she's ready and prepped for the job. We also approved the 2022 budget, and the 3 participating municipalities will all realize savings of minimum 17%. Last year, Millburn's portion was $1,322,000. Next year, it is going to be $1,097,000. So there would also be a larger savings once the fund budget, what do you call that, Alex? Fund budget balance is put into the official budget, which is an additional $80,000 or $90,000 savings to be realized from our 3 towns. The center will also be utilizing a new accounting system software, Edmunds, which is what all the New Jersey municipalities use. And the advantage of this is it provides auto review for every line item on the budget, meaning every line item is accounted for and managed. And if there's no money in a certain budget, they cannot put something forward. So I think they're going to realize a lot of utility from that. And that's going to be a really good move for the Mountain Valley 911. And we're working on having a presentation from them because for the past 2 years due to COVID, we have not had a presentation. I think it's really important now everyone sees just what the Mountain Valley Joint 911 provides, how important their service is for public safety, and how that works and what you get from that. So good.
Great, thank you. Mr. Molman, would you like to report?
The Taylor Park Gateway Subcommittee received.
Jesse, can't hear you.
Yeah. The Taylor Park Gateway Subcommittee received proposals for landscape architects to put forward a design concept for the site. And we received 10 interested firms, and we're currently in the process of interviewing 4, and we'll be presenting recommendations to the committee soon after.
Great. And all those will be available for the full TC to see all the different firms as well. So I think that you guys, I encourage you to jump into this process now. There were 10 proposals. They'll be emailed to you for being interviewed. So yeah, so just jump in. Mr. Falcon, do you have any reports for tonight?
No report tonight.
Okay. Mr. McDonald, do you have any reports for tonight?
Yes, Mayor. Just 5 quick reports, I promise. First is just a brief report on the crossing guard update. We have received word that all of the posts have been filled with the exception of 1, which is a double post at one of the intersections. So that continues to make progress in making sure that all those positions are filled. A brief update on Short Hills Avenue. I know that this has been a little bit of a point of consternation because that road has been closed without any work being done. There apparently is this is a Union County job, as it's dealing with a bridge that connects the border of Millburn with the border of Springfield. That work has not even started at this point, with the exception of some utility work. It's my understanding that the holdup is additional utility work that needs to be done, and until that occurs, the actual construction of that bridge cannot take place. And there are structural concerns about the bridge and opening it up and having people drive over it. Therefore, it will remain closed. The projected completion of construction once it begins is 4 months. So unfortunately, even if it started today, we'd be looking at end of February, early March for completion of that. Again, this is a Union County project. There is I believe, a website that is updating on that project. But that is the holdup. It's utility work. Just wanted to touch base with the Township Committee regarding holiday parking and whether there was, which I think there would be, but each year we provide free parking in the business districts during the holiday season, coincides with Thanksgiving. Just wanted to bring that up and make sure that there was no major objection to doing that and serving those business areas with free parking. So with that, we will make sure that the meters are covered, that the pay stations are covered starting prior to, it'll be the day before Thanksgiving, and then that will run through the end of the year. Just want to bring up the township since the beginning of the year, and with Mr. Committeeman Vinayak and Mayor Purpos's assistance, we have been doing front-facing KPIs for the township, or key performance indicators. This month, end of October, 2 KPIs have really jumped out at me that I think we need to share with the public, and be very concerned about from our standpoint to, in protecting ourselves and our property and things like that. Those are car burglaries and car thefts. These numbers have skyrocketed in the month of October. And just to give you some perspective, car burglaries are at 37 for the month of October, and car thefts are at 10. The most concerning part of that equation is that 95% of those car thefts and car burglaries are unlocked vehicles. Now, every Friday, the township sends out a message from the police chief that it reminds people to lock their doors. And I've heard through various channels and various people that this message is becoming quite annoying. However, we continue to not lock car doors, not lock our cars, and become potential victims. And so I'm just pleading to the public to lock your car doors, to lock your vehicles, no matter whether you're walking in your home for 5 minutes or whether you're going to bed for the night. Lock your cars. These thieves understand when cars are open without even going and checking them. So if they look at it, they can tell whether your car is unlocked or not. And I just, if we continue to be provide an opportunity, we will continue to be victimized. And so I'm just again pleading, please lock your cars every night. We will ramp up our messaging, quite honestly, at this point. I understand that one phone call was not ideal, but we're going to have to continue to ramp up our messaging, make sure that our residents are adhering to this. We're not only, it's not only putting our residents in danger, it's also putting our police officers in danger as they chase these people out of town or trying to catch them and trying to recover property. So I'm just, again, pleading, lock your cars. The last report is that I wanted to let the township committee and the township public know that that we have set up a page on the township's website regarding flooding. This page is meant to educate and meant to provide awareness to the public, to those that are here, to those that are moving here, about flooding, about various items with regard to flooding, flood insurance, FEMA maps, things like that. It's a work in progress. It's currently, continuing to be updated, but we will continue to provide additional information in that regard and additional awareness. That's all I have, Mayor.
But may I ask you a question, Alex?
Yes.
Speaking of bridges, at the Main Street Bridge between Springfield and ShopRite,
Yes.
what is kind of going on with that? I see it's making progress. Is there a long-term plan that we could share with the public?
Well, I think I don't have specific dates or anything, but you can see, one, that there's not a significant impact to that bridge construction.
Mhm.
They have both lanes open. They're currently working on one side. They will then, once they're completed with that side, shift those lanes and work on the other side. That is a long project. That is not going to be done anytime soon. But the thing, with that project is that's not impactful to traffic. It's still allowing 2 lanes of traffic. to
Okay,
go.
so considering all the bridges are really basically the same age, going up 24, I don't know if you know this or not, will other bridges eventually have to be worked on?
I don't know in terms of 24, if you're talking about like Hobart Gap and things
Yeah.
like that. I'm not aware of any work that's planned at this
Okay.
point.
Last question about bridges. In 1 week, my daughter was going to work and my husband was going to work on separate days, and both different days during the same week, they both encountered trucks under the Lackawanna Bridge. Now, I remember years ago, it took us a lot to even get New Jersey Transit to put that little triangle on saying how tall that bridge is.
Mhm.
What can we do? Because, it's like a pandemic of trucks getting stuck under bridges. I don't know what that does to the integrity of those bridges, but there has to be a better solution than keeping trucks getting stuck under our train trestles. Just putting it out there.
No, I mean, and there are a few different options and part of it, just so you know, that part of that issue is that when people rent trucks, they don't, and a lot of those trucks that do end up getting stuck are rented trucks. They don't check the height of that truck and then compare that height to the height that is displayed on all of these bridges. However, with that being said, the issue is that one of the solutions to that problem is to establish truck routes and keep them away from those areas. But you're never going to go up, Old Short Hose Road or to Livingston or without dealing with the train trestle. So I understand what you're saying. We'll continue to look into the issue, but there is proper signage, and I believe that every time those bridges are hit, New Jersey Transit has to send out an inspector to inspect the bridges and inspect the integrity.
Is that something that happens?
I'll verify, but
Okay.
I mean, I can't see how they couldn't.
Well.
Alex,
Oh, and also
Crescent Park-
congratulations,
Crescent
Mayor
Park-
Prupas, by the way.
Crescent Park.
Congratulations.
Yeah, just one further update. Thank you, Committeewoman Miggins. There is a dedication and unveiling ceremony this Saturday at 11 a.m. in Crescent Park by the Short Hills train station, the westbound Short Hills train station, of the 20th anniversary 9/11 memorial for all those that could attend.
Mr. McDonald, can you inform the public of, we've had discussions on fire and police and DPW, some of the measures they've taken since Ida.
Mhm.
Can you give a brief update? If not now, if you're not prepared to do it now, we can do it at the next meeting, but if you are prepared right now, can you give some updates?
I mean, look, most of that preparation and most of that is about equipment and being prepared with additional equipment. I will prepare a formal report for December 7th, or a more comprehensive report. But essentially, the fire department is the biggest one right now that's looking at the purchase of a high water vehicle to replace the method of rescue that took place during Ida, which was backhoes being driven by public works employees with firemen on the front, plucking people out of restaurants or businesses or buildings or homes, and wanting to utilize a high water vehicle, which is it's an Army surplus vehicle that would be retrofitted to the needs of the township. And so that is one thing that is currently being looked at right now.
Okay, great, thank you. So as many people probably get in their email inboxes, road closure updates are back. So I think that was, they were gone for about maybe like a month or something, and people really miss them. So every Monday morning you get a weekly road closure. Mr. McDonald, when are we switching? Swift 911 is, and what is that going to look like? We're going to speak to that.
Yeah, so we are switching from Swift 911. I had mentioned at the last meeting, Swift 911 to Rave Mobile, which purchased Swift 911. So the transition is pretty seamless, pulling over the data that we had previously, but we are going to begin making a push with some marketing materials to let people know to sign up. And even if you are currently in Swift 911, to make sure that you're in the new system, just to be sure. We want to make sure that we're continuing to capture the close to 5,000 contacts that we have in that system. And so we anticipate that to continue through the month of November, probably into December a little bit at this point, and have full completion and integration or rollover at the end of the year.
Great, thank you. The American Legion will be having its Veteran Day services this Thursday at 11 a.m. It will be held in front of the Legion on Main Street, and everybody is invited. The community committee members, please come. On Friday, November 12th at 10 a.m., we will be having a follow-up subcommittee meeting of the two-way circulation, where we will further be discussing that concept after our last TC meetings. So the next steps will take place then. The parking ad hoc committee is meeting tomorrow at 9:30. tomorrow morning at 8:30 is the Rahway River Mayor's Council. The mayors are meeting tomorrow. And John Rushke from Mont McDonald had prepared a proposal that we are sharing with the mayors in the 8 different municipalities on that council to further investigate the consensus plan. So we will meet tomorrow, and then I will further report at the next meeting on that. If anyone has any questions, please email me directly. I'm happy to have any conversations with anybody about that plan and the Rahway River Mayor's Council and what the mayors are doing and working on. And lastly, I just want to thank you all. At the last meeting, I ran out. My mother was in surgery. I got many phone calls and texts and Facebook messages, people asking how she's doing. My mom is doing well. She is home. She's recovering. She has PT. She's up and walking with a walker. So we are very blessed. So thank you. I felt very supported by the community that night. And that is it for my report. Ms. Gaddy, can you please share with us the new volunteer interest form that is electronic? Can we?
Yeah, thank.
We don't have it. Okay.
Oh, Jesse's gonna have it up?
No, we don't have it up, but if you can just speak to it, that would be great. And that will lead us into the volunteers who are here to talk a minute about their boards.
That's perfect. Thank you, Mayor. The township recently updated our process for community members interested in volunteering. There's a new, very simple Google form available for those interested in volunteering. You can visit the Google form right on our website, www.twp.millburn.nj.us. Right under the clerk's page, there is the Google form, so you can just fill it out and it goes right to us. If you have any questions, you can certainly reach out to us, 973-564-7092, with any questions. Thank you, Millburn volunteers.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Gaddy. We have a few more things to do before the Millburn volunteers come up. So Mr. McDonald, you're gonna report on the 2021 best practices?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to do that now?
Yes, as required by the local finance notice on the best practices, a discussion has to be put on the township committee's agenda, but and a report on the township's score and survey and items in the best practice. I'm happy to report that the township has scored a 22.5 out of 23, which means that the municipality will not have any state aid kept from it in the year of 2022. Some of the questions that come under core competencies of the township are essentially, things that we have said yes to in the past. Sometimes these change. They also have a large section of the best practices that is survey questions. Do you do this? Do you do that? And they're not scored in any way. That's just a way for the state to gather information about what municipalities are or are not doing, and see where maybe they need to focus their efforts as well. But for instance, are your municipalities codified, non-codified ordinances, including all core and secondary ordinances available online? Has your municipality adopted capital programs? These are all basically the items under the best practices. Do you have a cybersecurity incident response plan? Are all municipal employees receiving ongoing cybersecurity training? Is your municipality ensuring that insurance reimburses are credited back to the budget appropriation line items? So the state has identified these best practices. They have asked municipalities to do this for the last, I want to say, at least 5-6 years. This was established under the Christie administration, and to fill this out, and it is connected directly to the municipality state aid. Again, I'm very happy to report that Millburn has received a 22.5 out of 23, and will not have any state aid withheld.
Great, thank you. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-292? May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-292?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Roll call vote, please. Oh, roll call vote, please. Not all those in favor.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Saul Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak, Deputy Mayor Wasserman, Mayor Prupus.
Yes.
Thank you.
So now we're going to open the floor up to the Millburn volunteers. The chairs of the different boards are here that are just going to say a few words about their boards. And we are just encouraging people throughout the township to volunteer to be part of our community and our government. And I wanted to start with Renee and Ellen, who are here from the Green Team, and just congratulate you guys on your recertification of LEED of silver. Sustainable Jersey, silver level. And if you can, if you guys want to come up and just talk about the Green Team, talk about this accomplishment, that would be great.
So I'm not sure who I should be facing here, but I'll face you. So thank you for.
And you can remove your masks when you're up at the podium.
So Ellen Ingber and I, Renee Paparian, have been co-chairing the Millburn Township Green Team for quite some time now. And once again, we have guided Millburn Township to silver level certification with Sustainable Jersey. So Sustainable Jersey is a voluntary municipal program. And this certification cycle, we completed, in addition to what people typically think of Green Team and sustainability, like recycling, plastic reduction, composting, fleet inventory. We ventured into some of the other areas. There are a lot of dimensions to sustainable living under the Sustainable Jersey program. So some of the accomplishments that we are very proud of are in the categories of animals in the community, where we had a Boy Scout, Vincent Wong, complete his Eagle Scout project. That was part of our Animals and Community project, as well as us creating for the township a brochure for dog owners that is now given out when people register their dogs. It's in the process of being updated to include the pilot program about dogs being able to be in Taylor Park. The other area that people may not realize is in the realm of sustainability is arts and creative culture. And the Green Team has a subcommittee now called the Millburn Creative Collective. And it's really fabulous. I don't have time to go into everything. So I just would recommend that everyone go to millburncreativecollective.org. There's a fabulous website. And as far as the Green Team or the Green Team subcommittee, we are always looking for volunteers. You can reach the Green Team at Millburn Township Green Team, all spelled out, at gmail.com. And if you would like to find out about Sustainable Jersey, look into some of the areas and see what you're excited about and you want to participate in. You can contact us. It's sustainablejersey.com. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you for all the administration's help. I should just add too, the administration took part in getting us certified. Many community members took part in getting us certified. So we're always looking for more people to get involved, but we have a fabulous community.
And how long is the certification for? So how long does this cover?
3 years.
3 years.
Every cycle comes at 3 years, but the idea is that, and it's a point-based system with actions, but the actions aren't supposed to be a once and done kind of thing. Once something is put into place, we're supposed to be kind of incorporating this into our living habits as a community. So there's always more to be done, and there's always a lot of education. That's what the Green Team does. We try to educate and promote these programs with a lot of help. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thanks for your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I see that Beth Saul, the chair of the planning board, is here.
I feel like I should be addressing everybody, but
You can do whatever you want, I guess.
okay, here we go. I'm okay.
Yes.
I'm Beth Zoll. I chair the Millburn Township Planning Board. I see a number of familiar faces in the audience, which is great. And I Chair of the board, which is an foreign part of the municipal land use law, the MLUL for New Jersey. We're a 9-member board. 2 of our members are seated behind me. We have 2 representatives from our township committee, and the remainder of our members have a short-term commitment to the board, 2 or 3 years, depending on some classes, and that we work together. We have a few charges, one of which is developing and maintaining and updating our master plan. And the master plan is not our ordinances and our rules, but rather a guide and the sort of our wish list and our vision, our goals and objectives for the community, which we most recently did in 2018. And it's something that gets updated every 10 years in a formal matter, but it's an ongoing effort with our township committee members. How do we take what we envision for our plan, our community, and where we want it to go, and turn it into something that we can implement through ordinances. We also, on a regular basis, review subdivision applications, minor and major site plan applications for approval. And we, as the board, receive any proposed ordinance that's going to be changed in the town, anything that's going to be new. And they ask the planning board if this is consistent with our master plan or not, just to continue to promote best practices for the TC and making sure we're staying true to the vision that our community wants for Millburn. And we welcome, we have, like I mentioned, it's a 9-member board, and there are, so every year, kind of on a rolling basis, there are positions that open. And so I think the great part for me of participating, and why I encourage people to, is because if you haven't yet gotten involved, maybe I'm not on the Board of Ed, I hadn't contributed, I felt, in a lot of ways to my community, and I felt that this was a great way to get involved, to learn what's going on, to meet people, and to give back. So you don't have to have any specific training and planning to get involved and to be an active member of your community. Thanks.
Great.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Wall.
you.
One question for you.
Yeah.
So out of 9, I think 4 are here already. Ms. Megan's I, Mr. Steinberg sitting right there, and you.
As well as former Mayor Becker as well.
Yeah.
Yes, she is not on planning board at this time.
Not currently.
Right. So my question to you is, you said 2 to 3 year terms. I thought it was 4-year terms other than the TC members.
There are a lot of fine print, but there's a liaison to the Environmental Commission who's a 1-year appointment. So there's a number of different classes, and we don't worry about that. We let Alex sweat the small stuff. But there are a number of different
Thank you.
terms. Yeah, is that fair?
Yes.
Thanks, Alex.
So we have Jennifer Duckworth, who is the chair of the PSAB, is going to come up and speak.
I guess I'll face like this way. I don't know, because I made my notes to speak to you for thanking. So thank you to the Township Committee and Mayor Prupus for asking me to speak to address everybody about the PSAB, the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board. The mission of the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board is to make Millburn's Township streets and paths safe for all users through education, enforcement of mindful behaviors, while advocating for pedestrians and cyclists, providing input to design and operation of crossings and roadways, and serving as a forum for community input. So it's basically saying that we try to help Millburn Township help pass ideas that will make pedestrians and cyclists more safe in our town. It's made up of 3 residents, a township committee member, PTOC safety member, superintendent of schools, the township engineer, chief of police, and the business administrator sit on this committee. So you can see there's a wide array of people who give input into our town streets. It was created only a couple of years ago, so it's really new. So that's why you might not have heard about it as an option for volunteering, but it's a great way to get involved. For example, we started an online collection of intersections that people might find unsafe in the town, and then move those forwards and prioritize them so that we could go to the county or to the town and figure out a plan so that it wasn't just people coming up and speaking about different intersections, that we'd have a plan for moving forward. We gave input into the crossing guards, that was a common problem that the schools and the police department were having. And so now that's able to free up our township resources by solving that problem and outsourcing it to a company that's able to, that's their main job, and they're able to find people. And as you heard from Alex, we're almost 100% staffed with those crossing guards. We take recommendations from the schools. Each of the schools has their own safety representative. That safety representative then reports to another group. They meet monthly, and then they come and they give us their input as to what improvements around the schools might be, as far as stop signs, crosswalks, changes in parking, adding signs. And then we actually did a stenciling program for different intersections over the last spring during the pandemic. We helped with Tour to Millburn. We partnered with the Environmental Commission, and we had Millburn Bike Week, where we partnered with other organizations that promote safety and for cyclists. We were instrumental in making signs to slow down. And if you would like to make a difference, there is a spot available on the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board. So we're really looking for people to join. If you're looking for a way to get involved, it's a very concrete way to make a difference. So I'm hoping that we get people to apply with that new special. That was great, the new online form. So we hope that people will apply. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
And we have Joe Steinberg, who is the chair of the zoning board and also sits on the planning board.
Sorry, I left my notes home. Actually, I don't have any notes. How you doing? I don't really have a lot to say, other than I think the zoning board is one of the most powerful and important organizations in this community. I've been a member of that board for, I think, since the mayor was in diapers, or maybe before that. And I think that at the end of this year, I know for a fact that one member at least of the board is going to have to step down for personal reasons. We actually are very important in the town, especially now that people are working from home. We get lots of cases, and the number of cases we've had this year has outstripped anything in my memory. We have at least 6 cases every single month, and we had to have a special meeting a couple of weeks ago because the number of cases backed up has grown to unimaginable size. If you ever felt that you wanted to be a judge or wanted to feel the way judges feel or operate the way judges operate, then it's important for you to be a member of the zoning board. The members of the zoning board are appointed by the township committee, and the township committee is responsible for providing ordinances that we are bound by. Now, let me give you an example of the way the board operates. Someone comes before the board and says, there's a particular ordinance that has been passed by the township committee that the township committee can't think of every case possible that might arise in the future. And this individual comes before the board and says, I no longer am asked by my employer to come into work. I work at home. Therefore, my wife and I have decided to build an addition to our house because I've taken over one of the bedrooms of my children, and she happens to be 16 years old, and she has a 14-year-old brother, and they share the same room. Now, you don't have to be a genius to figure out that that ain't going to work, right? Now, the person comes before the board and says, here's our architect who's going to testify. I have a planner who's going to testify. But the problem is that if we build this addition to the house, we're going to violate several of the ordinances that have been passed by the Township Committee, such as, for example, side yard setback requirements. Now, in order to maintain the feel of this town, the Township Committee has passed ordinances that require a certain distance between a structure on a building or a building and the side yard line shown on the survey. And this individual says, my problem is that if I build, the only way to build an addition to my house will violate this ordinance. I want the board to give me permission to build notwithstanding my violation of the ordinance. Now, we had such a case last week, and sure enough, the next door neighbor on that side of the house showed up with a series of pictures that this individual had taken out of his various rooms in his house, showing what would happen if this addition were built. And the board wrestled with that issue. It looked as if the variance was not going to be granted, and the architect said, I'd like to take an adjournment. That architect has now filed a new set of drawings and will be before the board a week from last night to testify. I'm finding it hard to read those plans, but my point is that this is a very important part of the community, this board, because people who come before the board, their very lives depend in many cases, and their ability to function as a family in many cases come before the board to ask for relief from ordinances that otherwise are perfectly valid. Now, I know, as I said before, that at least one member of this board will be stepping down, and there will be at least one vacancy that will probably be taken, I would guess, by one of our two alternates, both of whom are very capable individuals. By the way, a member of the Township Committee has recently come before the board with a problem, and that problem has been listed by the zoning board for Township Committee functioning on that problem on several occasions over the years. The problem still exists, and the board functioned in a way that I think was very honorable that night. And I think the member of your board who was before the township zoning board found the decision of the board acceptable that night. in any event, I urge any member of the community, if you have any interest whatsoever in functioning as a member of the zoning board, I can tell you, after I think 16 or 18 years of functioning as a part of that board, it is a very, very honorable thing to do and very important for the community. So if you have an interest, make that interest known to your mayor or to Mr. McDonald. And the township committee filling vacancies will, I'm sure, look at these applications for additions to the zoning board very carefully and hopefully in a very important way for the township. Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. And I hope that the board continues, the zoning board continues to function in the way it has functioned over the last 16 or 18 years with honor and with, I think, spending a lot of time being subject to and honoring the intent of the township committee, yet meeting the needs of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks for your service.
Yes, thank you. We're gonna take like 2 minutes, just, I think that's all the
No, we
chairs. Oh, do you want to? Priya's on, and then do you want to do Allison?
And I can do Allison.
Okay.
Is Ruthie going to speak to the library? Right there, behind you.
Are you here for the
Yes.
library? Oh, I would love it, yes. Oh, we've never met before.
I'll be quick.
No, take your, yeah, thank you.
Anyway, I'm Ruthie. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ruthie Binder. I'm president of the Board of Trustees for the Millburn. I know it's difficult to hear. I'm president of the board of the Millburn Library Board of Trustees. Anyway, I just wanted to bring you up to date a little bit. We all had a pandemic and this was sort of difficult for everybody, but the library came through. We couldn't open, due to government mandates, but still people were able to come and get books. We also had a lot of different programs for people, of course, virtually, for adults and for the kids. And I think this was really good. We got a lot of nice feedback. It just brought people together. It sort of got them out of their house in a different way, but I think they really enjoyed it. And just to let you know, we were the first library in the area to reopen when we were allowed to do so. And our reopening plan was so very well received that a lot of other libraries followed our example with our reopening plan. We still are having our programs mostly on virtual. We are now doing some in the library. And as you all know, we're going through we're in the midst of a major renovation. This is the first renovation that we have had in the 44 years since the library has opened. We're really all very excited about this. We're really expanding the children's room and the whole first floor. It's going to be really great. And I hope you'll all come and join with us. Right now, we do have a pop-up library because we feel the community still needs us. And our pop-up library, for those who may or may not know, is at the old Danny Says on Millburn Avenue. So please come and join us. We're not full service, 100% service, but any book that you want, we will be able to get for you. But at this time, I also like to thank our executive director, Michael Vanek, and the whole library staff for all of their help. They did so much work in storing books up, moving stuff out, setting up the new pop-up library, and they were just absolutely amazing. And if you haven't been to our pop-up library, you really should come. It's a great place, and I think you'll all be pleased. I also would like to thank the Department of Public Works for all of their help that they did in helping us with the move. They were terrific. And that's about it. A lot of our programs, the library, we do as a library, but we also get a tremendous amount of help from the Friends of the Library who raise money and provide us with lots of really many, many good programs. So I'd like to thank the Township Committee for having me, and that's it. Thank you.
Thanks for your service.
Mayor Becker, do you want to speak to the Community Service Award? Great, thank you.
It's good reason to take this one. All right, I'm Elaine Becker, for those of you who don't know me, and I'm the chairperson of the Community Service Award Committee right now. We have a small committee, but we do all our work together, and it really does work very well. And I'm pleased to speak about the committee because it's always rewarding to recognize those who do good works, and especially the volunteers in our community. Throughout the past 30 years, since 1991, when this committee was formed, members of the committee have sought out individuals and some groups that have enhanced our quality of life and can inspire others to also volunteer. By December 7th of this year, we will have had 88 awards presented by the Township Committee to the men and women in many walks of life and professions, and even some youths. However, they don't develop anything. They don't really create anything. They really just spend time on doing things within the community. A lot of it is on boards and commissions. There are many different ways that people volunteer in the community, or they figure out something that they enjoy and they just stick with it, and it works very well for the community. So that's the kind of thing we ferret out these people somehow. We hear about them, or somebody recognizes people that they have known for years and didn't know exactly what they do. But once we find out, it's the way we choose people is by interviewing them, and then we create a proclamation that the Township Committee presents on a particular evening at a meeting. They bring their friends and their family, and it's really a nice thing. And we've been doing it for 30 years, as I said, and it's been working very well. So we will have the 88th award on December 7th. And that's about all I think I wanted to say, except that plaque over there holds the plates that are have the names of all the people who have volunteered. And, so if you might recognize some names, you might not. We have a file of the proclamations so that we know what people did, and there may be some way to publicize that in a way, because I'm sure you'll say, I wonder what that person did or what that person did. So maybe we'll take that up one of these days.
That's a good skill project.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So we have Priya Patel, who's the chair of the Millburn Environmental Commission.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk. I promise I will be brief. My name is Priya Patel. I currently chair the Millburn Environmental Commission. Similar to the Planning Board, our commission comprises 7 3-term commissioners and 2 2-term commissioners, one of whom is a Millburn High School student representative. Our charge is to follow the master plan, and in the master plan, we have some environmental goals, which briefly are to protect and manage the critical environmental resources of the township, to minimize the environmental impact of the township on the environment, and finally, to improve the quality of life for all residents. So we kind of use that as our broad sort of framework, and under that, we look at various, we have various objectives that fall into the areas of energy, land use and transportation, natural resources, resiliency, and justice. And briefly under energy, I'm really proud to report that working with the township committee this year, we were able to pass an energy aggregation ordinance. So we are joining a cooperative with the Hunterdon area, which includes towns, about 18 municipalities throughout New Jersey. And that will allow us to leverage better rates for the electricity that we get in this town, and also allow our residents to choose 100% renewable energy, which is super exciting. We partnered with PSAB to help Millburn be a better place for bike transit by co-hosting with them and the township the Tour de Millburn event, which was again a great success, and that has everything to do with Jen and Jorge and their leadership. Under the area of natural resources, we've been able to partner with Renee and Ellen, the Green Team, and the Short Hills Garden Club to develop the Whittingham Pollinator Garden. And under the area of resiliency, sadly, our town was deeply impacted by Ida this year, and we really are able to see, once again, the impact of the climate crisis. So we are working on ways to make our town more climate resilient through an enhanced stormwater management green infrastructure ordinance. And then finally, under the area of justice, how can our town do less harm to other communities? We focused on waste reduction. Currently, as many know, all of our municipal solid waste is sent to the incinerator in Newark. And in an attempt to reduce the amount of solid waste that gets burned in a low-income community of color, we started the food waste recycling pilot project in partnership with DPW and Town Hall. And to date, we have been able to divert more than 17,000 pounds of food waste from our municipal solid waste haul. So that's also super exciting. And it's all because of the incredible leadership of our township committee that these things have been able to happen. And through the jet fuel of our township residents, they've been able to superpower a lot of the work that we've been doing. So thank you so much, Mayor Prupus and Deputy Mayor Wasserman and the other township committee members. We hope that we can continue doing good work in this township, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you all today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's everybody here to speak to the volunteer opportunities. And just one more time, the interest form will be sent out through, oh, we have one more. Thank you.
Just so you know, this is from Allison Canfield. She's the chairwoman of that Historic Preservation Commission. She could not make it here this evening, but she asked that I read this for her. My apologies for not being able to attend tonight's meeting, but I would like to thank the Township Committee for the invitation and their support to the HPC. The Historic Preservation Commission of Millburn is a municipal land use board with diverse qualification and experiences related to preserving historic architecture. This commission is charged with evaluating, promoting, and preserving the town's historic environment. The HPC would like to invite community members with experience in architecture, engineering, architectural history, historic architecture, or accomplishments and experiences in these fields, or a demonstrated knowledge and committed interest in the history of Millburn Short Hills to apply. I would like to read a quote by William Murtaugh. At its best, preservation engages the past in a conversation with the present over a mutual concern for the future. Apply to join our HPC team in protecting the history and important stories of past events, themes, peoples, and architecture for our town's future. Go to the township website for more information on HPC or contact me directly. Thank you again, Allison Canfield, Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you. So there are a number of boards and committees, and that form will be available on the township website, the electronic form. So we're going to take a few minutes in case anybody would like to leave the room, and then we will come back for some more presentations. All right, so just take 2 minutes.
Were you guys ever? I mean, you must have. No.
We were always here. The committee, some of the committee was, but yeah, we always had some number of people here.
So his meeting.
We were closed to the public, but we were always here.
How you doing?
Good, Joe.
Good to see you.
You too.
Boy, you're still running this town. You're doing a great job.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
Where's Sanjeev?
He's right there. Talking to you. Ow.
No, Phil's gonna go.
All right, we're ready.
Okay, sorry.
So our township planner is in the room. Phil Abramson is going to present to us the work of the subcommittee has been a meeting on the 11 Main Street Affordable Housing Development has been meeting every Friday, and our planner is here to communicate all the work that we've been doing and kind of get everybody up to speed on that specific project. And then also throughout the year, there's been a zoning reevaluation subcommittee that's been meeting every 2 weeks throughout the year. So he is also going to touch on some of the work there and some of the zoning proposals that will be coming at some point to the TC to deliberate on.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, members of the public, members of the committee, Mayor. My name is Phil Abramson. I'm here to do everything that the mayor just said, give you those updates. And I'm also joined by my colleague from topology, Graham Petto, and Ahmad Amara from Jorge Mastrapiepo's firm. I probably just butchered his last name. I apologize, but from Jorge's firm. Jorge's also joining us remotely via Zoom from Argentina. You could say hi, Jorge, if you'd like. But so anyway, that's our team for this evening.
Hi.
We go to the next slide. So we're new. This is my first time meeting many of you in person. So it's really my pleasure to be here. It's my honor to be here. Thank you for selecting us to be your planners. You have a great town, and I grew up in this area, and it's really just a privilege to participate in your future. My firm's called Topology. I founded it in 2014. We're based in Newark in the Ironbound neighborhood, and kind of work in a bunch of different communities of different scales and sizes and characters, really between here out west to Morristown to north to Caldwell and other places, and Perth Amboy. So really a wide variety of different communities, which I think has given us a pretty broad base to draw from. I was appointed here, I think in September. And so we work with the planning board. We will be working with the zoning board soon on one application. And also we sit on the zoning code and affordable housing subcommittees, as the mayor mentioned. So really this initial bunch of slides are to update the township committee on the planning process for the DPW site. This presentation is preliminary. As this process rolls out, it's what we planners like to call incrementalism, meaning that we're going to have to make decisions as information is found out. But we also have some legal kind of obligations and timelines imposed upon us. So we're kind of doing that dance, and we're trying to do it as strategically as possible to make sure that the town gets the best result. Updated information. I know that this is not a Q&A kind of format this evening, but information will be shared in a venue like that in early December. And I guess I'll have to rely on Alex for ways to communicate that out. Also, for those, we have active social media accounts on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook. So usually when we are presenting something like that publicly, we will post that. So if anybody wants to follow us, please do that. So there's really 4 parts to this presentation. We're going to talk a little bit about context, just for those who are watching, who haven't been keeping up with every aspect of this affordable housing process. I'm coming in a little midstream on this, that there was another planner who couldn't make it this evening, Beth McManus, who really was kind of key in negotiating with Fair Share Housing Center and working with the council on that. But I've now kind of taken the mantle a little bit, or at least alongside her, to do the actual site planning and redevelopment planning. We're going to talk a little bit about the site. I'm sure people are wondering, like, where is this going to go? Like, where on the DPW site? How's this all going to work? So this might be one of the first times that a lot of people will see that. And then in that next section, Jorge will really take the reins at that point, share the work that him and Ahmad have done. And then we'll just talk a little bit about next steps and things that people can expect. So if we could go to the next one, please. So under the 2021, I think it was adopted in September, settlement agreement, 100% affordable project. And like, why do I say 100% affordable project, right? Because that's different than an inclusionary project, which might include 15 or 20% affordable housing. And really, this is the way to get the most and to maximize how much affordable housing and how we're going to address the obligations with the minimum amount of housing units. So the way that you do that is not building 85% market rate by building 100% affordable. And it's the way to minimize the municipality's exposure. The other thing that it does is it avoided the need to really do what I'll call upzoning as a planner term, to do upzoning throughout the township, to increase densities, to increase heights, to really increase the intensity of development. So that's what this solution did as a legal mechanism and as part of the kind of negotiated settlement with Fair Share Housing Center. Other terms of that agreement: by September 31, by the end of this year, the township must submit plans that demonstrates that the DPW site is suitable for the creation of housing. And that is wide ranging, right? That we know of no reason why environmentally, we know of no reason why from a adjacency or compatibility standpoint that these things will all work together harmoniously. So that's what we have to do by the end of the year. And that we've really been focused on kind of putting our developer hat on, making sure that the site is developable and feasible. And that Jorge has really been working on making sure, doing like a test fit as a proof of concept. So we go to the next one. So what have we accomplished to date? We have completed the topographic and boundary survey of this property. Most of the time, a lot of people have surveys of their property, but when it's a property that a town has owned for over probably 100 years, you don't have a survey sitting around. We've done the preliminary test fit design. Environmental testing is currently in progress. We issued an RFQ, a request for qualifications, from all the kind of major affordable housing developers in the region, in the state. We got 10 responses back, which is great. And that we've been working directly with the superintendent of the DPW as well as the township engineer, just to make sure that that we're getting ahead of continuity planning for operations, because there's going to need to be at least a partial relocation of DPW operations on at least a temporary basis, more likely on a permanent basis, partially. So going into the current conditions, we just had to take a look at like the history of this property. I always find this stuff to be interesting. So that blue box right there at the top is the township garage in 1912. So it has been the township garage for over 100 years. I find that to be pretty fascinating. The other things there are things that we're going to want to keep our eye on. That's the old rail line, as you can see at the top of the page. Those things that come off the rail line are what they call rail sidings, where they used to take cars off there and deliver coal and deliver oil. And so that was the Millburn Coal and Oil Company that shared the site with the township. So it'll be interesting to see what comes back. and in terms of testing about, subsurface conditions. We go to the next one. This was 1949. Essex Street got realigned. If we go back one slide, Jesse, look at how Essex Street was. It's so awkward, right? How it was like this weird kind of right angle turn. And then they kind of realigned it and smoothed it out. If you go to the next one now, 1949, it just sort of like created the geometry that we know today as that block that contains that property. And then if you go to the next one, this is the property as it exists today. This is what we're talking about. Block 1207, lot 9, which is a big site. And it connects out to other portions of the municipal operation. So we could go to the next. So what we did, we visited the property. I know Jorge did even earlier and more than I have. And sort of this is the right hand side, like the Main Street side of the property. So like our first big question is like, what are the things? This is the side where the housing is will be proposed, and you'll see. So it's like what's there now and what needs to change. So really the recycling drop off, the fuel, the municipal fueling station, vehicle storage, the salt dome, and then kind of other material storage. And there's a permit parking lot, really for business employee parking up along Main Street. And as you can see on the bottom, Essex Street with all the private out parcels, as well as the JCP&L substation. So this is the left-hand side of the property. You can see municipal vehicle storage, garbage and recycling trucks up at the top, and then just a surface parking area. Next. Okay, so the design proposal, I'm going to do kind of half this stuff, and then I'm going to hand it over to Jorge to show his architecture. So this is the portion of the site, and this line is not like a survey line, so don't think, I thought that was angle, was that, whatever. So this is not a surveyed line. This is my looking at Jorge's plans and trying to translate that line. So it's about 1.45 acres of the approximately 4-acre lot that would be dedicated to affordable housing. And then the remainder lot on the DPW ends up being 2.5 acres. Go to the next. And then I just took that exact image, overlaid sort of what we're talking about as a portion of the site that we're just going to need to think about and kind of keep our eye on as a municipality responsible for the continued operation of the DPW, which is a critical piece of your municipal operation. That these are the things that that will be impacted and need to be again relocated on a temporary to permanent basis, either in this immediate area or other areas that are being explored. Okay, Jorge, your turn.
Thank you, Phil. Good evening, everybody. My apologize because I can't be there present. It was just this week that I have to travel to Argentina for work. So many of you know me as a resident. Many of you know me as somebody who was working for the Tour de Millburn and part of the planning board. I like to be involved with the community. But here I am today also as an architect. I have 30 years of experience. I became an architect in 1991. I'm old. So this is my 30th year as an architect. I moved to US in 2002, and I became a licensed architect at that moment. I worked for many years for Rafael Vignoli, one of the biggest company in US, and working internationally with him. Until 2007, I founded my own company, which is GMA. And when the town have this settlement agreement with the court about the affordable housing, I talked with my partner, who is there present, Ahmed Amara, about to do this as a pro bono, as a service for the community, for many reasons. One, because I love my community. I like to do things for the community. But most importantly, because I feel that as part of the community, we should be responsible for the design or the conceptual design, not the final design, the conceptual design of this building, and not let developers to come here and design whatever they want. So I was trying to be very careful in how we put together all the pieces. This was like a puzzle because there was so many condition for the settlement agreement. So this is where we come out. So if we can go to the next slide. This is our, as an architect, as somebody who works in urban design, always our objective is, and also as part of this community, let's work together so we can imagine and build a sustainable. I have to say that I'm also part of the environmental commission there, so sustainable is very important, and inclusive, because I feel even though this building is going to be 100% affordable housing, but it's going to be inclusive in our community. So an inclusive future that is beautiful for our eyes, our minds, and our souls. So let's go to the next slide. This is the design goal when we sit together with my team and we said, okay, what we should do here. And again, this is always, I'm part of this community, and that's the reason that maybe I put a lot of myself and my feelings about this community here. But I think this project should raise the level of building quality so we, the community, can feel proud of it. Second, I feel that we need to have a commitment to high quality design, spatial innovation, and material refinements. A customized design that will improve not only the quality of the downtown of Millburn, but also will make this building to belong to our town. I all feel that we shouldn't have buildings that can be in Maplewood, South Orange, Livingston. This is a different town. So we should have a building that represents us. And third, I think the 11 Main Street project should align itself with a sensitive approach to the environment, building a green edifice in different ways. And we will talk about this later. If we go to the next slide. So this is the current situation. Phil already went through this, so I'm going to, so the only thing that I'm going to say differently from Phil, not different, to add one more thing is that this is the current site that we are going to be working on. And here you can see the gray area, which is all paved area, which is impervious surface. There is an 89% of that. And there is a pervious area, which is all the green area there, which is only an 11%. If we go to the next slide, Phil already went through this, so but in the next few slides, I have a picture that I took over the summer. We were working on this over the summer for the DPW, not for the affordable housing. So if we go to the next slide, we will see the different situation. This is a salt dome that it has to be moved somewhere else. The next slide shows us where all the trucks and machineries are parking, closed, and all those situations. The next one shows all the recycling and drop-off for residents. The next one, the next slide shows all the bulk material storage. These materials are here for repair streets, for construction. So this also has to be moved somewhere else. And the next slide shows us, that's it, sorry. So this is the requirements, and also Phil went through this by the settlement agreement. So I don't know anything about the legal situation of this. I only know that we have this settlement agreement and it's required to have 75 units, which 100% have to be affordable development. 15 one-bedroom units, 37 two-bedroom units, and 23 three-bedroom units. We need at least one parking space per unit. We need to provide some amenities for the residents, like can be daycare, a lounge area, a playground, a co-working space for residents, a gym maybe. And this also implies, based on the settlement agreement, and Phil already said that within the DPW, we need to make sure that the work done in the DPW will not interfere on the new residential building. The fact that this is affordable housing doesn't mean that we are going to put together two different uses, which are very complicated, these two uses together. So we need to have a buffer, something in between these two uses, to make sure that the residents of 11 Main Street will not be bothered by the DPW work. So no, let's go back to the next. So here, so whenever we start working on a conceptual site plan, we look at many different things. But for the phase of this concept plan, we look at two different things here: site and settings around the building, and maximum height that we will allow to have in this site. So if we go to the next site, this is typical the work that we always do. So we look at this and we see that there is a division here, which is the train tracks that let me draw here. So this is a very important line for us because we are working on this area, which is downtown area. And when we see any downtown area, we see that almost all the buildings are along the property lines, they don't have setbacks on the side. They don't have front setbacks. So this is what we were looking in our downtown. The next slide shows a little, across the street. And again, we see that there are almost no, only here there are some setbacks, but almost all the buildings are together. What we say when we work on this situation is an infill. So this is an infill situation. So if we go to the next slide, we also look at I already mentioned this, I was looking at the existing lot coverage, and in this case it's 89%, which is very high. But if we go to the next slide, the next one, please, here. So the site is here, P. P means public. And we are within the B4 zone. So if I look at the B4 zone, because it's the next to us, so it's like, it feels like it's the one that I have to look at. Something that it says here is that in this zoning is allowed to have 100% lot coverage, which I think is too high. And here is very small, but what it says there is that it doesn't require any side setback and any front setback. So if we go to the next slide. So now I was looking at height. What will be the height of this building? Of course, the thing that we have next to this site is the bridge. And the bridge is around 19 feet high. But I also look, so if we go to the next slide, I look at other buildings in the area and I said, okay, which one is the tallest building in our downtown? Of course, we may have some tower here, but as a building, as a mass, this is the highest building that we have. I don't know how it was approved because actually the downtown doesn't allow this, but I don't care. This is today is existing, and this is what I'm looking at. What is existing, and the height of this building, as you can see, there is a ground floor here, the access level, and 3 stories above that. This is around, again, I'm not a surveyor, so it's hard for me to know exactly the height of the building, but I can think that it's around 45 feet high. So if we go to the next slide. So after looking at all of this, of course, the process was much longer than what I'm saying here in 10 minutes. We thought that what we need to do is to keep the DPW facilities. In some point, we were talking to move the DPW somewhere else, but I think for now, the easiest way to go is to keep the DPW facilities on the same site, because this first will reduce the cost of a full relocation that will cost around $10 to $15 million to the town. But also will avoid, because we don't know where we can move the whole facility. If we use some areas, we may go to areas which are undeveloped land for this, and that is not good for the sustainable aspect of our town. So for now, until we can make our mind what to do with the DPW, it has to work, it has to function. So we decide with everybody to keep the DPW as it is for now. Because we have a deadline, December 31st, we have to submit this to the court. So the new residential building, as I said before, has to be separated from the DPW. with a green buffer, with some kind of buffer, so the two uses doesn't interfere, especially from the DPW, that we can have a noise, visual pollution, etc. The third element that is important, and I'm going to be insisting on this as an architect, as a resident, is about design a sustainable, efficient, and a healthy building. The fourth element that I'm looking at here is the facade along Main Street, and we will talk a little more in the following slides. But I feel that Main Street, that facade is very important because it will make this streetscape that can invite people to walk along that Main Street. Don't forget that Main Street is almost next, on the other side of the track is the middle school, and kids walk there every day. There are so many kids walking there, so it should be a nice walk for the kids, for the parents, and for everybody else. So that's the reason that following that, the following point here is the entrance of the building. I feel that on the ground level along Main Street, we should have like a storefront for the amenity spaces, the rental office for the building, and not to have residential windows on that ground floor, because that's not inviting. So to have something that invites people to walk and to see what is going behind that storefront. And the last point, which is very important, of course, whenever this will happen, we will need a traffic engineer. But at this point, I don't think that I need a traffic engineer. I live in town. My kid is in middle school. I drop him off many times, almost every day. I drive there every single day. So I know how busy Main Street is in peak hours. So we can't and we shouldn't have any entrance for cars along Main Street. So the next slide. So based on all these, the analysis that we did for this site, we come out with this new property line dividing, and this is what Phil was drawing in his presentation. So we have this new property line dividing the two uses, the DPW and the residential building. So let's go to the next slide. So here we go deeper on the parameter for this development, and we already set a few parameters. Like, for example, we have here the train tracks. So you will see many new buildings coming to town that they don't have even, they have only 1 foot or 2 feet setback from the train tracks. We are proposing 12.5 feet. Then we have a buffer from the building, from the windows of the building to the property line, can be a green buffer, that is 30 feet. 30 feet is typically, in many more urban towns, a typical setback for the back of the building. Then we have 15 feet along here, and along here, we don't almost have any setback there, because this is an open space so far, and we feel that we don't need to have a setback there. So we prefer to give more setback here along the train tracks. So if we go to the next slide. So what we are proposing here, the height of this building, and this was our major discussion. So we need to fit here 75 units. There are many different ways to do it. We were many times talking about 3 stories here about a podium, or 5 stories about a podium. Having a 5-story will allow us to make shorter this distance, which will allow us to have a little bigger buffer for the between the DPW and the 11 Main Street residential building. But I think, again, as a resident, as an architect, I will say we should go for 5 stories, because it's going to be a small footprint for the building. And even though there are no other buildings of 5 stories in our town, this is 100% affordable housing, and we can have so many reasons to do it. But as a resident, I feel that we shouldn't set a precedent to go for 5-story building. We should go only to 4-story because we already have a building that is 4-story building. So let's not go higher, because if we go 5 stories now, tomorrow a new developer will come here and say, you already did it, so why I can't? So let's avoid that situation. Let's not set a precedent about the height of the building. Still, this building works 4 stories. We have a nice courtyard here. We have all the parking underneath of that courtyard, and we have 3 stories of residential units. So if we go to the next slide, this one. So this is a little to put the scale. This again, I want to be very clear. This is not design. We are not designing a building. There is no material, there is no windows, there is nothing. This is just massing. It's a very conceptual plan. Then whoever is coming, the developer will bring their own architects and they will design the building. For now, what we are doing again is just the parameter for the massing of this building. So something that I didn't mention before, but I'm doing a setback in the front, even though all the other buildings doesn't have a setback across the street or along downtown. The reason that I'm doing a setback here, which is a 15 feet setback, a 12 feet setback, is just because I'm thinking about the people who work here. And we have this opportunity that next door is an open space. So we can make the sidewalk wider. Doesn't mean that we are going to put green in front of the building. Actually, if we put green, I will put here in a buffer between cars and sidewalk, because that will allow to be safer for pedestrians, which is always what we are talking about here, safety for our kids going to the school. So if we go to the next slide, looking at the height of the building, the 4 stories, what we did is to do a shadow study. This is during summer. The sun is usually higher, less, so it usually produce less shadow. So this is the shadow going from 7 in the morning to 7 p.m. In the next one slide is the winter solstice here. And of course, the shadows are longer because the sun is lower. But as you can see, never the shadow of this building will go on top of any residential or commercial building that we have here. Always it's going to the back. And don't forget that in the back, what we have is the train tracks. We don't have, even the school is here. So if we go to the next slide, so something that, so this is the layout for the ground floor. Again, remember that I said before, we don't have any car access from here. The car access, and this, we should go back to a few slides, but never mind, it's now late. I don't want to go back many slides back. But the entrance of this building is the street, or the proposed street, going next to the DPW. So all the cars can come here. We can have here a nice loading area for moving in, moving out, deliveries, Amazon delivery. So this street is empty for any truck delivery, even the Amazon delivery. Everything here, even if you see here, we have here this core, an elevator service, service elevator plus an stair. And what we have here is not very clear. Well, we have it here actually, a package room. So any delivery can come here, and then the resident can go either here or here to the stair. So it doesn't happen through here. So the next slide. Here we show the apartments. The apartments are designed, not designed, the layout of these apartments are based on the square footage that the affordable housing requirement. So the affordable housing requires 650 square feet. We are doing 657. Again, this is a conceptual site plan. Then we need to make adjustment to this. The 2-bedroom apartment, the affordable housing requires 900 square feet. We are doing 918. And the 3-bedroom, they request 1150. We are doing 1195. Of course, again, everything can be reduced in the future. This is just a concept site plan. if we go to the next one. Okay, so now I'm talking as part of the Environmental Commission, and I think we talk with everybody, all the council, we talk with the mayor, and other towns are already doing this. In Madison, I talk with the towns, the council there, I talk with the mayor of Madison. Madison is already doing a building that is a passive house and net zero ready. So I believe, as I said here, Millburn, Short Hills should set the standard for sustainable buildings. As I said before, I don't want to set a precedent for the height of the building, but I think we should, because this is going to be affordable housing done by our town, by our municipality. So we should set a precedent for future developments. This should be a green building. As I always said, we should be ahead of the curve and to be the example of the town that is helping to fight climate change, reduce carbon emissions, and provide, because nobody talks about that, but when we do a sustainable building, it's a better quality of life for the residents. Of course, we need to do energy efficient, high performance properties that consume less energy, which leads to lower utilities and operation costs. I understand that we have a bigger cost in front. Of course, we have to pay more in front, but it will cost less to maintain this building. As I said before, and I repeat here, provide important health and quality of life benefit for residents. And also when we do a quality building, it's easy to maintain. So we need to be, I know the town has to put money here, so we need to be creative how we are going to finance this. There are so many grants out there that we can get to do a green building. So what do we need to do? Next slide. I propose, and I talk with everybody, we should do here similar to what Madison is doing, a passive house, a net zero ready building. Why I'm pushing for a passive house? First, because it needs a third-party certification. So the town doesn't have to do inspection, doesn't have to do anything. The one who's, of course, they have to do the typical inspection, but they don't have to do, they don't have to go the extra step. There is a third-party certification. We need to minimize site lighting to help to reduce light pollution and protect dark skies, especially where we live in a beautiful town that is surrounded by trees and green. So we should reduce the light pollution. We should reduce impervious areas. We have a lot of impervious area in the building, but we can have a green roof. We can have some green infrastructure for our stormwater management. Reduce the urban heat, which is very important in every town. And control stormwater management, what I said before about the green roof, that's something that we need to look how after what happened in our town with Ida, we need to look in every building has to have some kind of green infrastructure for stormwater management. So if we go to the next slide, again, I keep insisting reducing energy demands by using free energy like natural ventilation and daylight. If you remember the sketch that I did for the building is the U-shape, almost, yeah, it's an U-shape with a lot of opening for the apartment so they can have a lot of daylight. Designing a building that provides what I'm saying again here, natural daylighting and views by installing large windows. Efficient building envelope that designed to minimize heating and cooling loads. I can guarantee that if we do a passive house, I did it before in many different places, and it's beautiful to inside and doesn't consume so much heating and cooling. And reduce the environment impact. Always there is an impact on the environment. Whenever we do a new building, there is an impact. What we try to do here is try to reduce that by all these different ways to do it. Materials, whatever the materials that we acquire for construction, we can specify green materials and renewable materials, regional materials, etc., etc. And I think this is the last slide. There is any more? I don't know. Yes, I think that's it. Thank you for considering this as a green building and inclusive building.
Thank you, Jorge. So I just have I think one slide after this. So this is our basic timeline in terms of next steps. End of the year, DPW, we must kind of deem it suitable in conjunction with fair share housing. And then next year, it's going to be interviewing developers, creating a short list, selecting the right developer for the township. In between then and probably late summer, August, will be the site planning process because at least preliminary site plan approval is required as part of the what they call LIHTC, low income housing tax credit funding, which will be the predominant source of equity for this project. And then, you know, we sort of backed into it like a year and a half from right now would be the soonest that construction would start. So in terms of this, like the DPW stuff, it's not like, you know, things are happening tomorrow, that there is some time over the course of next year to sort of work that out at the earliest. And there's a chance that it could happen later than that, but that would be the absolute earliest. And then I think that this might be it. These are the immediate next steps, all things that I've already talked about. Let's go to the next one. And thank you all for listening. And,
Thank
that's
you.
it. I have, I know everybody's probably tired of listening right now. There's these other slides about the zoning. Maybe I could come back at your next meeting, maybe, or I don't know how you'd like to do this, about the zoning update and the, it's a lot to
Yeah.
get through.
Bring it back.
So we're okay changing the agenda now? That's okay.
Oh, those rules keep changing.
I know, but
Yeah.
gosh, we're good, Bill. I'm just making
Yeah, I
up.
just know-
slides
To this point about inconsistencies, but it's cool.
It could be like 4 or 6 or something.
Do it.
Okay, I'll go through it.
Wait, hold on, that's one person.
Okay, sorry.
Let's see how the majority of the committee feels.
Do you have to make a
Wait.
motion to reschedule that, Mayor?
We have to ask about questions for this first.
So, right, so Committeeman Minyayak, would you like
Go for
to
it.
see the presentation tonight?
Go for it.
Okay. Well, I want to see it, so that's 3. So,
Do it?
before we get there,
Yes.
let's see if there's questions from the
Sure.
committee
Okay.
to you or Jorge on that great presentation.
Happy to answer anything.
Does anybody have any questions?
I've seen the site plan before, and I've spoken to Jorge on this. He has mentioned in his presentation here, I sit on planning board as well, and I've seen a lot of affordable housing related meetings, specifically for one building, and there were about 11 or 12 meetings, maybe approximately. And they just keep coming back on whatever they can do and cite other things. So I'm in agreement with Jorge where if we don't have to go to 5-story and keep it to 4-story, I think that is where the preference would be, because other builders will keep coming back on showing that as an example that you have 5-story, why can we have 5-story? And just increases the density for other buildings.
Yeah. No, and Committeeman, I know that as part of your input with Jorge that kind of inspired preserving the existing DPW building. When I saw that, I was really quite relieved. To be honest, I think that gives the municipality a lot more options. I think it's a better use of public funds.
Now, I don't think, I don't want to get misinterpreted here. I'm not in favor of building a new building of DPW there.
That's what I mean.
10 to $15 million? No,
Yeah,
township don't
I
have
think
it.
that's the right
So,
choice.
yeah, so that's, again, I want
Yes.
to clear my stand there, not for it.
And I'm
either.
agreeing
Yeah.
with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, I think when we talk about setting precedent in terms of building height, which I agree with, I think we also need to talk about setting precedent of sustainable buildings. So we are setting precedent on everything here.
I agree, yeah.
That's my only comment.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to take us through quickly your 6 zoning slides?
Yes. So I have these 2 things that we were asked to look at, and really, I'm just going to kind of go through like what we're looking at. I don't have like epic conclusions right now. It's just really an update. So with the zoning code, we've been sort of trying to balance diving into these micro concerns that have been brought forward with Alex. There's like somewhat of a backlog of like zoning issues, you know, given the past few months. So we are really putting together a work plan for next year that's going to look at how we propose to go through the zoning code from like top to bottom, and not just the code, but also some of the operations and the land use process. We did interview the zoning officer. I think she's great. You're lucky to have her, frankly. She gave us a lot of great input on, how things are going and how applications are being processed, how residents are being serviced. So we have some ideas as we've been able to accomplish in other communities. Go to the next. So we've been interviewing as many people as will talk to us, board members, chair people. We did a survey so far of all the subcommittee members and anybody else they wanted to forward it to kind of ask, like, what are the things that your concerns are? Is it about the efficiency of things? Is it about things getting through the boards that shouldn't be? So we're trying to take a temperature right now. We are working right now, and we have been going back and forth with the committee on specific things that we've drafted already. We were asked to look immediately at fees. We looked at all the fees in all the towns around us, and the escrow deposit structures. So we are working on, that'll be one of the first things that I think we accomplish, as well as I know an issue that's has come up here about corner lots and the setbacks for accessory structures, like super simple request, super complicated answer as it's turning out. So we're digging into that and using every tool in our box to make sure that we don't address this immediate issue and then kind of create other problems or do something that's inconsistent with the large. You have a complicated residential zoning ordinance, and it's probably why your town is so great and your neighborhoods are so beautiful, because it protects them. But I just want to make sure that everything works together if we're going to make a change to any of it. We've been sitting through the zoning board hearings and sort of watching the way that they go. We looked at their reports. And again, looking at these bigger, kind of keeping a list of these macro level issues, while also it's taking us some time. And Graham is sitting at the planning board every month, just understanding the eccentricities of the code in this town. So I think that you can expect, at least these one-off ordinances to come to you in the beginning of the year. I think, introducing them at the end of the year is never really a possibility in municipal government. So that's our goal, is to begin to get you the solutions that you're looking for legislatively in January. Okay, this is the next. So the other thing we were asked to look at is rooftop amenities. This is a picture that some developers did in Summit recently for an office building. So I just thought, it just made me think of that as soon as we started working on this for you guys. Go to the next one, please. So there was an ordinance introduced, I don't know if it was it was being voted upon at the last hearing, to sort of do an all-out ban on rooftop decks throughout the township. We were asked to take a look at best practices. This was I think, Alex, last week, maybe 10 days ago. So give us a break in terms of not having exact solutions at the moment. But we were asked to say, is there more of a scalpel than a sledgehammer? And so we started to look at all the towns, and the members of the zoning committee have been really helpful to sort of identify what I'll call the sister communities or the cohort communities. Who does Millburn identify themselves with? So some of those are on there. Some of those are just towns that we had to kind of look far for this to find the regulations for this, because not a lot of communities regulate it, quite frankly. Most are sort of silent on it. So all the ones with the asterisk don't address it at all. And in that case, it sort of leaves it up to the planning board or zoning board what to do, because it becomes this sort of gray area doctrine of accessory uses. We could go to the next.
Hoboken, where did that come from?
I think that we wanted to see what more urban communities were doing.
But nothing to do with our community, right?
No, of course not.
No,
These are all, again, precedents, and to see how New Jersey municipalities are handling rooftop decks, basically.
Well, there was an example that came from Hoboken in the planning board again. And everybody took it to not liking it, because we cannot compare our town with Hoboken. That was the consensus. So just an input there.
Yeah, I don't think by looking at other ordinances, that I'm comparing the town. They have a good planning department there. I wanted to see what their zoning looked like. And it's just taking a look. And by no means am I suggesting that Millburn is like Hoboken.
Thank you.
So we found one of those study communities, Chatham Borough, a neighbor of yours, actually prohibited all out. There was a couple silent, and then I'm just sort of giving you a palette and a toolkit right now. Like I'm not asking you to like shout out with like ideas and feedback. It's too late of an hour and maybe not the right appropriate location for that anyway. But Alex has my information. If there's ideas that you have or specific concerns, I'm just kind of giving you a vocabulary right now. Of those that regulate rooftop amenities, there's these 4 kind of levers that they pull. Certain areas, it is allowed in certain areas, not allowed in other areas. That there's certain limitations on the use, whether it's associated with residential or associated with non-residential. And then also on the operation, hours of operation, that they can't, have fire pits up there, barbecues up there, amplified noise, anything like that. Some define more detailed design standards, like how can we create visual screening? Can we do landscaping in those cases? Can they be green roofs? Kind of some of Jorge's points. And then also just through these traditional controls that if you exempt the stairwell or the stair bulkhead or the elevator bulkhead, and that if you make that part of the overall building height, nobody will build a roof deck anyway, because nobody was able to get up there. Because nobody wants to waste their top story on, a staircase. Anyway, some of our next steps, we would like to kind of dig into also what's out there, not just in New Jersey, but kind of in the planning literature. The American Planning Association has, a pretty good library from around the country on what other communities are doing. And again, not to like say that it's 80% or, like to take their actual values, but to look at their metrics and parameters, how they're regulated, basically. And then we come up with the things that work or not work for this community. Please communicate any preferred approaches you have. I think the right thing to do, this zoning subcommittee is a great group in my experience so far. It's a good cross-section of people. It's people that really know this town, people that really know this code. I think that it would be reasonable for you to request their input on that and to allow us to come back to you. And again, the following 2 slides are just the types of things. Again, these allowing it in certain districts, not allowing it in other districts, basing it on, again, use to create the right definitions for what we're talking about here. It can be sometimes just for office, sometimes just for multifamily. It could be buildings that are under 2 stories or buildings that are over a certain size. So I'm not going to read through every single one of these. I'm sure you'll have this. If not, we'll make sure that we get it to you. Just to kind of like understand. And then the last one is just sort of a palette of different bulk controls and different aesthetic standards. So this was sort of as far as we can get to in the time that we had, just to begin to look into this and to let you know that we are in fact addressing. So I'm done. Unless you have any questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, moving on, we have our assistant engineer, our township assistant engineer, Christine Bugle. Good evening,
Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was asked to come to the township committee meeting and give a presentation, just a little overview on what my department was asked to look at as far as restoring 2 lanes on Millburn Avenue. So after the Complete Streets project, the bump outs were installed, which reduced throughput on Millburn Avenue to 1 lane and the narrowing at each intersection to 20 feet. So I put together a concept plan to try and minimize the impacts for construction with as little as possible, and taking into account how many of the curb lines we could retain. So what I put together was just a little concept here. So the study area starts at Douglas and it goes to Town Hall Plaza to meet the existing cross-section where it is 2 lanes. The first recommendation I'd like to point out is the section between Douglas and Spring Street. the curb line's roughly 38 feet. We can account for 2 lanes of traffic at 11 feet wide and 2 parking lanes. So we can maintain 2 lanes of traffic and parking. I'd like to keep the stop sign at the channel lane for Douglas, just to control traffic that's coming through the area, keep pedestrian safety, and minimize the weaving that would happen as everyone was traveling through at the same time. The next section from Spring Street to Town Hall Plaza is a little bit narrower. So the problem we have there is the cross section between the 2 curb lanes is only 32 feet wide. So at 32 feet, we don't have enough for 2 parking lanes. So we'd have to remove parking on the north side, which isn't too bad. We'd only miss 5 parking spaces there. And that side has a driveway now. So it's not really, it's not a full lane of parking up there. So we could fit 2 lanes at 11 feet wide and 1 lane of parking on the south side, taking out the bump outs and then meeting the existing cross section of 2 lanes right by Lot 5's driveway. So the impacts, I just wanted to point out real quick. Removing the bump outs. So right now, when the bump outs went in, they have all the decorative components that Complete Streets put together with the granite pavers and the basalt pavers. So all of that, those decorative elements would have to come out. We could look to put them back in, or we could just go with straight concrete curb and some sidewalks. But by not moving the curb lines, we're retaining the width of the sidewalks as they are. We're minimizing the time for construction as well. I know there was a lot of talk when we did the flex parking project that construction would have such a severe impact on businesses. But in this area, we wouldn't have to close roads except for milling and paving, because we'd have to repave from Douglas to the end of project limits where it meets 2 lanes. And to do all that, you'd have to close the road. So other than that, the impact for construction would be minimal. We'd still be able to meet the goal of putting in 2 lanes on Millburn Avenue. And the only negative would be taking out those few parking spaces in between Spring and Town Hall Plaza. So another thing we had talked about, one of the questions was, could we put back tree pits? So when the Complete Streets project put the bump outs in, they added in street furniture, the benches and the tree pits. Taking out these bump outs, we would lose, I think it was 5 trees. So the problem with getting those tree pits back, just in the concept, is that on the north side of Millburn Avenue between Spring Street and Town Hall Plaza, there's utility poles, underground fiber optics, and overhead wires. So that may be the reason why tree pits weren't included in that area in the first place, the utility complex. So on the bump outs where they have the trees now, if the curb lines were to be pulled back, we might be able to find some opportunities during a final design phase that identify the underground utility complex and areas that we could put back some more trees and some more landscaping. But I think a couple of things I just wanted to note real quick, just as far as implementing this. By adding 2 lanes on Millburn Avenue, you will change the dynamic of traffic that moves through there. The study area is roughly 750 feet, where you would get about 35 stacking room for 35 more vehicles. So right now, I know that there's the perception of, backups. I know during school time, our travel patterns still haven't come back yet from the pandemic. I think we're still down about 20%. So we're not really sure how the traffic's going to come back. But if in areas where you have the 2 lanes and you're not going to have a lot of volume, you will have a lot of weaving maneuvers. You may have speeds increase a little bit. You're going to have a little bit longer pedestrian crosswalks. You're going to have to cross 2 lanes of traffic now instead of just 1. So these are things you might want to consider. And also with the last meeting, I know there was either a presentation or a lot of support for the 2-way option. Plus you have the committee that's looking into that. What I'm proposing here is just the bare minimum you would need to get 2 lanes back on Millburn Avenue. If you wanted to pursue the two-way traffic option, you're gonna have to move the curb lines most likely. Because usually to do a good cross-section is 40 feet. And with that 38-foot curb line and with the 32-foot between the two sections, you're gonna have to widen those curbs out. So the goal of this concept was to evaluate if we could put 2 lanes back on Millburn Avenue. And if we could do it, spending minimal dollars and at a decent time schedule. So were there any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. First of all, I'm not, yeah, I'll talk into the mic. First of all, I might recommend that, that we look at this at another meeting, because I think there's going to be a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions, and I know the hour's getting a little late, and I appreciate all the work you did here. But going back to a couple of things you said, number one is that if we look down the road and we want to do two-way traffic, are you saying that if we do this, then there would have to be more construction later? In other words, if we open up these 2 lanes and we wanted to do two-way traffic later, you're saying that we would have to do additional construction to make that happen?
Most likely. Definitely at the intersection with Douglas, because the alignment now, the way the island is, I don't think that works with being able to make the full maneuvers onto Millburn Avenue.
So if you had more time, let's say if we had a little more time to think about this, would it be possible to do both? I mean, let's say, would it be possible to open this up initially, but to make enough room so when we do two-way traffic, that could be integrative into what we're doing now?
It could be. I just have to know what the design would be for the next step.
Yeah, I'm just trying to avoid what Complete Streets did, where,
Right.
Things weren't necessarily thought out. Also, you caught my attention before. Tell me about what bobbing and weaving is.
So when you have 2 travel lanes, so say someone's coming from the high school and they want to get to Spring Street to go around for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So they come down Millburn Avenue, they they change lanes from the right lane to the left lane so they can make a left on Spring Street. As they're doing it, that's a cross movement. It's a conflict with vehicles that are coming from Douglas, say trying to get south on Spring Street. So you have that cross movement. So I propose to keep the stop sign so that you're stopped on Douglas, looking at the traffic coming down Millburn Avenue, and you can see, okay, there's a gap for me, I can move in. So that helps a little bit with managing traffic through the intersection, but you're still gonna have the weaving situations, because someone might come down Douglas, want to go to the parking spaces in front of Clemenza's.
So they weave around, so if somebody's crossing the street, there's an added danger.
Well, the crosswalks will get longer, and it's similar to how the crosswalk operates now at Dunkin' Donuts, how there's 2 lanes there. And there's an issue with shadow vehicles. So you have one person stop, say in the closest lane to the
And then
pedestrian.
the other one behind it comes around.
Exactly. And as they start crossing, you have that 2 lanes, that vehicle shadowed.
Yeah, so pardon my naiveness here. I was thinking all this while that this is two-way traffic versus 2-lane traffic.
Right.
Where is this project even started from?
So it was just at the request of Mayor Pupis and Committeewoman Egla.
But let me just say that it's because I'm hearing this from residents. It's not my idea. This is coming from residents ever since I have been elected, ever since Complete Streets came and changed everything. And speaking of that, changing the dynamic of traffic would be an absolute positive. So we have now is negative change. And the idea is the cut through. I know from myself and everyone I speak to, they avoid going through downtown Millburn. They don't want to get stuck in any kind. Even if it's a minute, it seems like it's an hour. So realistically, the idea is you want people to go to our downtown. You want people to stop cutting through the Washington and the South Mountain section. That would be the most positive change from this. And as far as right now, when you're coming up Douglas in one way, you still have that kind of weird conflict. And as far as saying this is going to stop momentum in investigating two-way traffic, this is for the now. This two-way traffic, as they said at the last meeting, could be 5 years off. This is for the now to get some normalcy back to our town because COVID is going to end. Get vaccinated, people. And we're going to have the traffic continues coming down Millburn Avenue. The idea is to stop encouraging people to make that right on Spring Street to avoid Millburn Avenue. Go into town, hopefully stop and shop. That's the whole idea. So this is actually a good report. It's doable. It's not going to break the bank, and it would bring back what was taken away, which is that ease of throughput and that congenial feeling of coming into our downtown. And it was not my idea, Mr. Vinayak. It is speaking for the community.
I would just like to also say that, I mean, Deputy Mayor, we've had many conversations. You wanted to see this. I mean, the last we spoke about it, you were totally wanting this to go forward. So this definitely,
Well,
right?
to be fair, I said I wanted to make sure that it was done properly.
Right, well, that's what
Well,
we're
I'm
talking
not-
about right
well,
now.
I'm not
Right.
so sure properly fits into this because I want, I also want to ask you, if you did this, how would it affect Millburn Avenue and Main Street in terms of that main intersection in town? This also is impactful to that, isn't it?
It wouldn't change. The only
Nothing?
thing you're doing is adding a second lane from where the 2 lanes exist to Douglas.
Okay, I just want to know, in other words, one of my questions is that if we're looking at two-way traffic, I mean, maybe the two-way traffic, committee or whoever's working on that should look at this also, so we don't have to do double work.
I absolutely
Double work.
agree. Nobody wants to do double work. Nobody
Yeah,
wants to
that's
go
what- that's
back
what
and
we did
spend
before.
any, what did we do? Go double
No,
work
in terms of complete streets, things were not
Right,
thought
well,
out.
that wasn't we,
No,
that wasn't
that
any
was
of
our
us.
predecessors.
So I'm not gonna claim that that was we
No,
that went
but that
back.
was our predecessor.
But true, as a township, but I think that this is just very preliminary. I think there's a lot more conversation to be had amongst the community in terms of if this is something that needs to happen or wants to be happening. And I think it's important to look at it within the comprehensive project of the discussions on the two-way. Because no one wants to spend money and then go back potentially to spend money again, to redo something, to spend more money to do something. So I think we're all on the same page on that. So I'm gonna say, Christine, thank you for this you're giving us food for thought, things to think about and talk about and discuss, and we all know where to find you and reach you. And then if we as a committee decide to look at this further, we can, and if we decide to go to the public for their input, we can.
Great.
Thank you.
Sound
Mayor.
good?
Thank you, Ms. Booth.
Thanks so much, Christine.
Thank you. All right, in the interest, we're just gonna take 3 minutes, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, and then we will come back. What, to what? No, you're good. It's a.
Oh, and the band live.
Oh, really? That's what I was thinking.
Lightning crashes. Lightning crash. You look like the same age.
Where's, where you graduated high school?
The high school is Spring Grove.
No, where you graduated?
Oh, 99.
Oh, yeah, so.
It's on store.
Where is it?
It's like South Central PA. It's like 45 minutes north of Baltimore and a half hour south of Harrisburg.
One of my friends ran.
That's way, yeah, that's way. But yeah, you don't get a lot of New Jersey was a total wake up call. New Jersey was
What is that?
450.
That's wild. Seems like a regional school.
We're here already.
The Township Committee will now consider consent agenda resolutions. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to any items listed on the consent agenda? May I have a motion to approve Resolution 21-293 through Resolution 21-300, which are listed on the consent agenda?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second?
A roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Eglo, Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Prupus.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any comments from the committee in regards to Resolution 21-301, authorizing amendment to professional service agreement with the township attorney?
I'm just curious, is the same resolution we had at the last meeting that some of the members did not want to approve? Has anything changed? Oh, can you just go over what's changed? Nope.
No.
Talking to the mic.
There was a change made between meetings to include a requirement that in order for a member of the township committee to contact the township attorney's office to request the performance of services or legal research on some issue, that all of those requests would be run through the business administrator's office to consult with the business administrator. What we have found, and Alex and I have conferred on this, that there are occasions when members of the township committee come to me to ask things that he and I have already been through and he can answer very easily without running up a bill at my office to go over something that, we're kind of doing double work on. So that's this was also taken up with the finance committee as hopefully an economical way to streamline or reduce the amount of services that we have to provide from our office by providing that additional step that the business administrator be included in that process to be consulted with.
So for example, when Committeeman Wasserman asked you on a Saturday to rewrite the flood mitigation advisory resolution, that would not happen again. One committee person coming to you any day of the week and having a private.
That and anything else. I mean, as you know, over the history of our representation of the township, I've been called on time and again by members who are concerned with some urgent matter to advise them as to what the law might be and how they should accommodate themselves to the law. So that, among others, all those kinds of requests would be going through the administrator. Now, there is an exception also, which says that if during the course of a meeting of the township committee, the committee turns to me and says, Kit, go prepare an ordinance on such and such, that obviously doesn't need to go through the office of the business administrator.
Because I'm pretty sure at the beginning of the year, we had kind of an unofficial rule that if we wanted something, we were to go to Mr. McDonald's.
I mean, I think part of this is that this has occurred every year in some way, shape, or form. I think that as we continue to look at ways to address costs and function and streamline things and make sure that we're not working in several different directions at the same time, and that we're, that we're focused in, that this is the approach here. And so again, I mean, much like Kit, I can remember through many of the previous years of instances like this happening too as well. And I certainly understand that it did just recently occur, but it's also a way to reduce cost here too.
Well, and it's also a way to ensure that we are following the Open Public Meetings Act, where we're having open discussion in front of the public involving everybody, and that our attorney is taking direction from the majority of the committee, and it will reduce a lot of chaos and confusion and side conversations and kind of people working not in public. So I think it's going to better our process, and I'm all for it. I think it's a great amendment.
Yes, great addition.
In terms of the dollar amount, nothing else has changed.
Amazing, perfect. So are there any comments from the committee in regards to what we did that? May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-301?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, roll call vote.
Roll call.
Roll call vote.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Saul Eglo, Mr. Vinayak, Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Prupus,
Yes, and I only wish we had done it sooner. Resolution 21-302, authorizing amendment to professional service agreement, special counsel. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-302?
Mr. McDonald, could you explain that also, the change?
Yeah, so Mr. Buzak's firm not only represents the planning board, but they are also special counsel regarding affordable housing. And as you know, there's been an extensive amount of work done this year with fair share housing litigation, negotiation, settlement agreement, and we also have a fairness hearing coming up at the end of in December. And so there's anticipated to be quite a bit of work associated with that. We want to make sure that we are adjusting the contract to be able to accommodate.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-302?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please. Wait,
if everyone just speak in the microphone, please. Ms. Miggins,
Are we good?
No, Christine, I read that wrong. I'm just gonna go back for a second. May I have, oh no, I did it right. A motion to approve resolution 21-302. Second. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins is yes. Yes.
thank you. Ms. Saul Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Prupus,
Resolution 21-303, awarding professional service agreement for the engineering services for flood mitigation evaluation from Mott McDonald. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-303?
I have a few questions.
Okay.
Okay, so looking at their proposal, before we get into why we're having them again and not a new hydrologist, because I know that they've been doing this for at least 30 years. I've lived in town. So just looking at their tasks, compile and review prior investigations, $12,000. That's their own report. They've been doing their own investigations. Task 2, targeted flood mitigation efforts. How is this new? $16,000. Isn't this what they've been doing for us for 45 years? Task 3, evaluation of new flood mitigation measures, $20,000. Task 4, preparation of flood mitigation report, $18,000. Haven't they been doing this for us for years? Task 5, meeting attendance. There is no mention here of them meeting with the Flood Advisory Mitigation Committee. So I don't understand why we are hiring the same company that has been doing this consulting work for the Township of Millburn and its surrounding towns for, you can tell me how long, Alex, is it 40 years? Is it 45 years? It's as long as I've been in my house, that's 30 years. Because I remember them walking my backyard with Tim Gordon and the previous engineer. I am just think that without an outside consultant, we are hiring the same company for approximately $76,000. Why? They have done all these reports. There was a report, I think it was, I don't know, last year or 2 years ago that had 4 options. Are they going to come up with brand new options? Removing the footer building, obstructing the water course. This assumed the width of the channel remains unchanged. Option 2 was option 1 plus removing the shoulders and blah, blah, blah. Option 3, option 2 plus adding flood walls on Railway River. Option 4, option 3 plus enlarging Millburn Avenue Bridge. Why are we going to the same company hoping to get brand new answers? I don't know where that multiple page report is. It was from 2020. What are we doing? The flood mitigation committee was stalled. That was going to take direction from different people in this community who had a history, a property owner, different people who were on that committee, 3 people from each area who have experienced flooding. All that was stopped and stalled for the past 6 weeks. I guess, I don't know, whenever it would have started. And you're going to go back and hire Matt McDonald again and again and again. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Wasserman, you could explain why
I'm just waiting for you to finish.
I'm sure I'll have more comments, but right now, none of this makes any sense.
Yeah, well, at our, I think in previous meetings, we decided, the council decided, or the committee decided not to have, not to have developers, real estate, landlords driving this process. And we decided to have our professionals lead the process. But with that being said.
Wait, back up. Landlords driving the, no, but clarify.
I'm not done yet.
Clarify, landlords driving the process? I'm a
Well, I'm not
landlord.
done yet.
No, but clarify that
I'm not done yet.
sentence.
Can you let me finish speaking, please?
Be sure to clarify that sentence, Mr.
Mr.
Wasserman.
McDonald, do you want to give some background on the contract that you're referring to?
Part of this, and just also, we've asked John Rushke to be here on Zoom in case there are specific questions about the agreement. I understand that the questions that are being asked right now are not necessarily, they're more about who's being chosen. And so I'll go into it a little bit, and certainly this is a decision of the Township Committee on who you would like to move forward with in terms of professional. But there are advantages and disadvantages to having an engineer that has been with the township for the amount of years, and I don't think that you're far off, Diane, in the number of years that Mott McDonald, or Killam as they were once called, have studied and been a part of this municipality. The fact is that they do have a lot of the information. They have done a lot of studies. They're very familiar with the town. They're very familiar with the river and the rivers that run through the town. So therefore, we're not starting from scratch. And I think there's an importance to that, especially as you continue, and I won't get into, what was delayed, what wasn't delayed or anything, but there is still a degree of expediency and urgency to, looking at things and understanding what viable projects are out there. So Mott McDonald, while yes, they have been with the township for a while and they have served the township well, because they've also developed all of the flood mitigation projects that have taken place thus far as well. Flood walls, earthen dam, all of those items. there are also projects that they had been working on that were halted for one reason or another. Whether that was the backyard drainage areas located between Greenwood and Ridgewood, Locust and Ridgewood, and that there is they have that information as well, and they have that background, and they can sort of pick up the ball and start running again. So I think there's advantages to this. I understand your questioning, and I understand, hey, yes, a new set of eyes, a fresh set of eyes might be good. But I also think that there's a value in Mott McDonald and their familiarity with the communities that we would be impacting with any sort of flood mitigation effort, as well as the familiarity with the township itself and the familiarity with the efforts that are ongoing with the Mayor's Railway River Coalition. So I think all of those things combined is sort of why there was an ask here, and John Rushke had put this this proposal together in a short period of time, and I'm sure there are items in that proposal that can be tweaked and discussed, but generally speaking, it's an understanding of grabbing everything that was previously done and seeing if there are old ideas that can be renewed. There is a sense of, taking some of those projects that are already half, worked on, whether it's the backyard drainage areas or, the 2D modeling of the downtown, different things like that. And there's also a degree of, hey, we need to think of some bigger sort of outside the box ideas and what could be, even if it's, it's too big to even do or, whatever, but like doing something different. And that's at task 3. And so all those things were asked of them in terms of this proposal.
And can I just follow suit, Alex? If the flood mitigation committee is unhappy with their advice, if we decide going forward that maybe we do need different advice on this, isn't there a termination agreement, a 30-day termination agreement that could be that is in the agreement?
There's a termination clause in all of our agreements, so yes.
So it would be no problem to change course if we were unhappy with their advice. And I met with Mott McDonald's, Mr. Vinayak also met with him. Yeah, please.
So I had similar questions in my head when I first heard Mott McDonald and everything that is discussed here. I think it's very easy to blame others. Very important thing is you plan, strategize, but the most important thing is execution. And execution is on us. If we cannot execute it, it's shame on us. So if planning and strategizing is being done, let's not blame them. So I'm ready to take the chance of seeing what those plans are. And if we can do it at a local level, I would like to push it. And similarly, as we are trying to push through county, we'll have to push. The plan is there and we cannot keep executing it. It's blame is on us, not on them.
I think it's time we've changed planners. We have changed labor attorneys. We have made change because sometimes you need to make change. Agendas change, situations change. And Rushke, I'm not insulting you if you're listening. I think it is important that we get a new set of eyes. If we're going to have somebody review everything that's been done in the past, you have somebody new look at that with their ideas. They come from a different perspective, but having the same company for 45 years, to me, doesn't mean progress. To me, doesn't shout to our residents and our landlords and our property owners and everyone who was affected that we're going to keep hiring the same company. So I think it's time for a change. No matter how good Mott has been, it's time for a change.
I think all Ms. Egler is saying makes all sense, but as I said, there's a different thought process, and I'm not denying the fact that her thought process is wrong. I'm just trying to say what I'm thinking.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? So I met with all the proposed appointees to the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee. And I also sent this proposal to all of them because I think it's really important from the get-go that we have people more, I don't feel comfortable making this decision in a vacuum, and I don't even know how. I mean, I'm assuming that the direction came from Richard to Alex to John. And I think it needs to be more broad-based. I got a lot of feedback from all the different members of the committee who will be appointed. I think they're great. I would like to have seen it expanded to include members from the downtown. And I think some key players in our community that have expertise in stormwater management and hydraulics have been left off. And I hope that they will continue to show up to those open meetings and share their wealth of knowledge and experience with the full committee. But I feel inadequate voting on this proposal. And I think that it should have came from the subcommittee. And I think all those people that you are appointing, they should have a voice and they should be the ones saying where it goes, like on this contract and what it entails and what the next steps are. I don't think you are qualified at all to be making these decisions. I don't think I am qualified to be making these decisions. And I don't think Alex is qualified either, particularly to be making these decisions. And I think we do need a second set of eyes. That is pretty much what all of your appointees said, that somebody else, and maybe Mott continues doing the work, and then you just have somebody else coming and reviewing the work of Mott McDonald and John Rushke. Because at this point, you've had the same set of eyes on the same problem for a very long extended period of time. And you just need, I think, somebody checking that, because I know that I do not have that ability to do it. So I don't want to hold this up any further, but I think your approach to this is wrong from the get-go. And this proposal should have been sent to all the people that you were going to appoint tonight. And they should have been the ones commenting on it. So I think you're doing it wrong, but I'm not going to hold this up. And I hope that, I really just hope that this group that comes together, that their voices are listened, and the people that were excluded that I believe should have been on and should have been named, I hope that they're also consulted because they have valuable insight and experiences, and they want to contribute to this. So please do not exclude them. And it needs to be, and one thing that they all said that it needs to be more comprehensive. So I hope that this is not the end and it's just the beginning. And that there is another set of eyes looking, and John, again, all due respect, but we need another set of eyes looking at whatever you're proposing or whatever you're doing. So I don't think it should just be you. And in the proposal, there was no timeline. And I asked Mr. McDonald to get some kind of sense of timing about all this, which I did not receive. And I don't know how we get a proposal without a timeline. So that being said, I'm not holding any of this up, but I think you're doing it wrong. And I really think you should start talking to a lot more people and taking their advice and going to the people that know more than you do.
Well, let me just respond.
You don't need to respond.
Well, I don't need to, but I'd like to respond as is my right.
That it is.
So I just want to say I want to make this very clear. This is a starting point. This is simply a starting point. The people that we're recommending for appointment are, all have vast experience in flood mitigation. They have engineering backgrounds. They are longtime residents, and they really bring a lot to the table. And again, this is a starting point. And if we're not happy with Mott McDonald, and again, this is a starting point, we will change it. We will go to all stakeholders are invited to help us. And this is simply a starting point. But the people, the loyal long-term residents of Millburn that step forward to help us, these are engineers. These are wonderful people. Like said,
a lot of people off that should have been on that.
well, we decided honestly to start smaller.
Who decided?
My recommendation did leave a lot of people off. That's true. These are not a group of 14 people. This is a small group to start. I'll also make clear that the appointment is to the end of the year, and that this has to be reappointed and it could be added to as we go. but this is a starting point. And I'm very proud of recommending the people like Sarah Sherman, Michael Juris. There's a number of very,
All right,
very
let's-
well,
we have one
I'm
more.
not done yet.
We're gonna
I'm
get to
not-
that
I- okay,
resolution. We're not-
fine.
Can we get to just the
Sure.
one?
All right.
Can we
Yes,
get-
please.
Okay. Are there any other committee, members' comments? Mr. Rushie, can you give us a sense of, is he still here, about the timeline of your proposal?
You may just want to.
We'll go back.
No, just.
I'm sorry.
Hi, yes.
Sorry. Just getting up to speed.
Thank you. Do you have a timeline for your proposal?
Yes, I discussed it with Alex, and we are prepared to start on the work immediately. I would feel that we'll have a substantial amount of work done by the end of the year. There are some tasks that are contingent upon getting additional information, such as the 2D modeling that's contingent upon getting new aerial topography to accurately model that. So there are some tasks that would be contingent on other vendors or other more information. And I would also would expect that be a push to generate information that would ultimately be having meetings. And so, before we would issue our report, we would certainly have multiple meetings with the stakeholders, and before that is finalized and pursued. So, the actual finalize when the report is submitted. I think that's something to discuss with the committee and how we want to have that dialogue moving forward. But certainly we're prepared to expedite the efforts to meet your expectations.
Okay, so we have our second meeting in December. What, does anyone have the date for that?
21st.
The 21st. So can you commit to having something for us to see on the?
I think that should be left to the subcommittee that's going to be working with Mr. Rushkey.
But he said by the end of the year, so that would be the date.
Well, that's what we have a subcommittee for. We're gonna be working closely with him, and I'm happy to report at the next meeting. I mean, what you want, this is my.
He said by the end of the year, so that would be our
He said
last
a
meeting.
lot of the work.
Yeah, so I'm
Okay.
just asking for you to mark your calendar that you could be here on the 21st of December so that you can speak to us about the work you've been doing. I think that's fair, and just, put it in a pencil.
No, absolutely. I can give an update, and there's other items like the looking at those the preliminary design that was done for the South Mountain area, which are the low-lying areas, and one of the tasks would be to be working with the residents and looking at that design and see how how that might be more amenable to the residents and how that may be realigned. So it's really finalizing some of these concepts that were developed and just advancing them to the point where they can then be pursued to be implemented. So that task may not be completed because we just, again, that's contingent upon getting feedback from the residents.
Yeah. Okay, great. And John, I will see you at 8:30 tomorrow on Zoom.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-303?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
A roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Saul Eglo,
No.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Prupus.
Yes. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-304?
Yes, indeed. Before you read your prepared statement, I'll ask a question. You should be able to answer this
Please.
well enough.
Please.
The reason that the original committee was not approved is because you, Ms. Miggins, and Mr. Vinayak felt that you didn't have a say. I don't know who had a say in these 7 people. I don't know how this came about. You did not share any volunteer interest forms. You did not share their credentials. You did not share. Did you ask anyone from South Mountain who was affected to be on the committee? Did you, and why? Let's go back to your last statement. This should not be, what did you say? Landlord driven? Well, we're all landlords of our own property. And why would you not want people who represent, now I'll finish now, Mr. Wasserman.
I didn't say a word.
I know, I see your mouth opening. Why would you not want people who lost their businesses, who have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars to be part of your committee? Why would you exclude them? Why?
Are you done?
Please.
Okay, good.
We have such a good relationship now.
Because as I said before, there was conflict of interest, and we have to make sure that when we move forward, that we do not have the conflict of interest with members of this committee. And I think it's very important. And I said that
Can you
before.
explain what the conflict of interest is?
There
I
was a
don't understand.
Well, I mean,
In the spirit of
Wait,
time,
hold
may
on,
I?
wait.
I'm not talking to you at all. I'm just trying to talk to Mr. Wasserman.
Ask the
Yeah.
question.
Yes, I'm just talking to
Right.
him as well. Mr. Wasserman,
Yeah.
it's consensus building, right?
yes,
It's consensus voting.
yes.
Do we have to get into drama again?
Absolutely.
I don't think it's
Okay.
drama.
Do you want
I
to
don't
know?
understand. I
I
don't know what the
respond, I've already,
conflict is,
I've
and I would like
already
to know.
responded
It's
that
definitely
in
not drama.
your original list of people, I perceived, and I think others did too, that there was a conflict of interest, and there was a perception of conflict of interest. When there's real estate involved, I don't think, that is my opinion.
Is it different for someone to own a property that's commercial versus a home?
You know what,
I'm just-
I've
is that
answered the
property? Is that
I've answered the question.
Wait, but is there a difference between,
Well,
owning-
we have an attorney here that
is
that
there a
you can
difference between
address with
owning a
legal.
commercial property? Is there a conflict? Is there a difference between owning commercial property or owning residential in terms of a conflict of interest? Okay, what do you think?
I have to say,
No.
I'll speak loudly.
Great.
I know nothing about any conflict of interest or who would have a conflict if they were on this committee versus
not. I'm not sure. I frankly was not in the loop on the formation of this committee or any of the credentials of the people and whether there would be a conflict or not. So I'd be hesitant to start opining on who might have a conflict. Is there a difference between a conflict on the part of a residential property owner and a commercial owner? It depends upon the circumstances. I couldn't, on its face, no, they
It's
seem
too
to be
broad.
the same.
It's
but
too
it-
broad for you to comment on.
Yes.
Got it. All right. Well, I'm still confused of what the conflict is, but that's okay. I can live with my confusion.
But Mr. Wasserman and Mr. Vinayak, why don't you explain how you picked these 7 people? Because we did give reasons why we picked the 14.
Well,
Ms.
I'm
Eglin,
confused.
I'm denying to even explain.
what?
Yes.
What?
So, Ms. Eglo, I don't understand your question. It's two train of thoughts. You have your thoughts, I have my thoughts.
My
We are here
question
to
is,
vote for
Mr.
it. If
Vinayak.
you don't like it, don't vote.
My question is, Mr. Vinayak, why are these 7 people? How are they chosen? Where was the full TC interview and transparency that you all insisted when the 14 that were selected did not suit you? Why are these 7 the qualified people? That's it.
Because
Wait, no. Miss, wait, hold on. Hold on, please, please. Wait, please.
Okay,
Ms. Orzo, please, thank you.
I think, Ms. Eglo, what you're asking is, how did these 7 get chosen? Is that correct?
Okay, well, you could, yeah, how they chosen and by whom?
The 7 that I see on the list
Mhm.
were part of the 14 that you all had picked originally.
No,
So
they're not all the same.
there is
They're all
one
the same.
different person.
There are 2, actually.
There was one?
There
I-
are 2.
Well,
There are
we'll see when they say, it. But the point is, these were people that you had originally picked. So those were your picks. And the first resolution was supposed to have advice and consent of the township committee. When you had chosen, you and Ms. Prupus and
I'm not
Alex,
mayor anymore?
Mayor Prupus,
Whoa.
14 people, you did not have the advice and consent of the township committee. You had chosen them yourselves. I had sent an email, as I had said earlier, you could always Oprah that email. I'd sent you an email asking to be involved and was told the next day that here's who the committee is. So I know Deputy Mayor Wasserman, I guess you spoke to the people who you and Committeeman Benayak have chosen, but those 7 were on your original list, so I can't imagine you having a problem, except there's
But
one
they
man.
were there too, unless it was changed from what I've seen.
Well,
Should we
I
name,
guess
unless,
that's
well,
fair.
you know what, we're gonna get there. Would you like to name them? Because there were 2 that
Well-
I was given a list, that 2 that were, I didn't know of. Just to get our facts straight. But, okay. So are there any other comments or questions regards to resolution 21-304?
No.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve resolution 21-304?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Saul Eglo,
Abstain.
Mr. Vinayak, Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Prupus,
Yes. Are there resolution 21-305 authorizing person-to-person and place-to-place transfer of plenary retail consumption liquor license? Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-305? May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-305?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Saul Eglo, Mr. Vinayak, Deputy Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Prupus,
Deputy Mayor Wasserman is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2585-21.
One moment, Mayor.
Oh, we never named the 7 people who are on the committee.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's in our packets. It's on the thing, unless you would like to, I mean.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
they should be
I-
named publicly. Go ahead.
Mr. Wasserman, can we just follow?
Yeah,
where we are?
why don't we just follow where we are?
Great, I would love
I
that.
think everybody knows who they are.
The public
Um,
wants to know. Can you not say the
Yeah,
7 names?
I'd be happy to.
Mr.
I mean,
Wasserman,
Sarah-
I insist, we should follow where we are.
Okay, all right. One,
They're asking for the
Like,
names.
Just read the names.
Sarah Sherman, Mike Roberts, Jim McKenna, Vic Dennis, Colleen Kirk, Miriam Kurtzoy, and Michael Jurist. Those are the names.
We're not in your 14. Okay. Yeah,
The hydraulics engineer,
we're at 20.
2585-21.
Got it.
I'm a little,
Okay.
I don't. Okay, ordinance 2585-21, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and Zoning Ordinance. The purpose of this ordinance is in furtherance of the conditions of the settlement of resolving certain litigation brought by the Township of Millburn in the Superior Court of New Jersey Law Division, Essex County, captioned in the matter of the Township of Millburn, docket number ESXL 2778-18, the litigation. The ordinance also adopts a zoning ordinance implementing the essential terms and conditions of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement will not become implemented until approved by the court in a fairness hearing that will be scheduled in the future by the court and will be the subject of a published notice that will set forth the date, time, place of the fairness hearing and advise of an opportunity to be heard. The fairness hearing is in addition to and not in lieu of the statutory public hearing to be held of this ordinance as set forth in the requisite published notice. Tonight is the time set for the public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with the law.
I now declare the public hearing open. Would you like to? This is not.
Other planners.
Okay, the planner is here tonight to testify.
Good evening, everyone. Graham Petto with Topology. I sit as the planning board planner, here to provide any insight or answer any questions that you have. But just in summary, for the benefit of the committee and both for the public as well, just wanted to review the findings that were transmitted to you from the planning board, and then also just discuss some of the justifications in support of the ordinance this evening. So the planning board at their meeting back in October reviewed the draft ordinance before you this evening, and recommended that the draft ordinance as presented was not consistent with the master plan. The board found that the proposed development site within the conservation zone is inconsistent with the recommendations set forth in the master plan reexamination report from 2018, and that recommends that no changes or modifications to the conservation zone as presented in the master plan. And furthermore, the site as presented is not located within the fair share housing plan and housing element for the township. But then just to kind of review some of the other terms that were provided in the resolution supporting passage of the ordinance this evening, I just wanted to review a couple of additional items. The first being that the subject property was not included within the fair share housing plan of the township and was not identified or studied as part of the vacant land analysis. So there is really no basis to determine whether this property is consistent or inconsistent because it was not even evaluated as a potential site for development of affordable housing. And in addition, it should be noted that the fair share housing plan was adopted in April of 2018, and then the master plan re-exam was subsequently adopted in December 2018. So there is a little bit of a delay represented in the master plan re-examination report. And given the terms of the settlement agreement that's before the committee, that's been approved by the committee, perhaps the fair share housing plan needs a revisit at this point to update to reflect what's been stipulated in those terms. And it's also important to note that the ordinance as presented does further master plan goal 1, objective 1.05, which states that the township should seek to create the realistic opportunities to provide for the township's fair share of the region's affordable housing, which is satisfied by the adoption of this ordinance. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer those at this time. Thank you.
So we're talking about the proposed housing on JFK Parkway.
That's correct. Yes,
Okay,
that's subject to this
so
ordinance.
I see it says rooftop decks and amenities are prohibited as accessory uses. So they've already determined that if this developer wants to put a rooftop deck up in the middle of nowhere, that's already a no-go.
Yeah, that's the subject of this ordinance.
Okay, well, I
That's
can't
requirements.
vote for that, so I'm out.
Just to explain this even further, I was in that meeting. This building on that site was not a plan on the master plan, and that's why it was voted no. That was just a little part of it.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I move.
May I?
Yes.
Oh, please.
My name is Jeffrey Feld, 11 Alexander Lane, Short Hills, New Jersey. I guess about 2 hours ago, Jorge gave a presentation about 11 Main Street. Has anyone done a comparison of what he wants to be done to this ordinance and the other ordinance that we're going to be considering, that we are somewhat consistent, or is each project a piecemeal project? Because this goes back to best practices inventory in past years, where the state wanted us to have an inclusionary zoning ordinance. So we'd be resolving this. It seems like each project is decided on its own merits, whether it has a rooftop deck, how many stories it has, because even going to those 12 planning board meetings, there's always fights between the planning board members, whether we should have, I think it's lead designation. At some point, we should just say, what is the policy for the whole community? Because we heard before, I think the goal for 11 Main Street is to have green lead. I can't tell you, because I really haven't gone through this ordinance, are we going to be consistent? Let's just be consistent and have uniformity of what we want. And rather than having each project decide what we did, Mr. Heller fought you on the former bank, Wells Fargo. That was the concept. You can't just do it. Let's just have uniformity. It's time now to say, what is this community going to accept? How many height? Because we heard before, how many stories we're going to have. Let everyone know what we're going to do, and it's consistent. That's all I can say, because a lot of us have been sitting here for 3.5 hours trying to figure out what's going on. I'm just saying, let's be consistent.
I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on the final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed on the final reading in accordance with the law.
May I have a second?
Second.
Right.
Oh, I can't second.
Second.
A roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Saul Eglo,
No.
Mr. Vinayak? Can you say that again, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 21-306, setting forth reason for the Township Committee's adoption of ordinance 2585-21 as required under NJSA 4055B-62A. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-306? May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-306?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
A roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Saul Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Prupus?
Yes. Ms. Thought Eglo, Committeewoman Thought Eglo is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2589-21.
Present for consideration ordinance entitled ordinance number 2589-21, authorizing the execution of a pedestrian easement agreement by and among the Township of Millburn, Millburn Township Board of Education, and Stone Mountain Properties 806 LLC, the owner of the premises located at 806 Morris Turnpike. The ordinance is being proposed to authorize the execution of a pedestrian easement agreement which, inter alia, would establish a pedestrian easement across certain lands owned by the Township Committee. Tonight is the time set for public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
I declare the hearing open.
My name is Jeffrey Feld. I'll give you my address. I'll try to be very brief. I just want to, before we heard about sometimes it's time to get new professionals, we heard that regarding the water. Originally, you approved this easement by resolution. Why are we now doing by ordinance? And had you provided us an opportunity, would we have avoided the double work? And how much did we pay our attorney to do double work? How much did he get paid that he proved the form of sufficiency of proving this by resolution? How much are we paying him now to prove the form of sufficiency of the ordinance? Sometimes there's basic law. And before you say you have to reach out to the community, the local lands and building law control this. Why do we have to do this twice? These are the little questions when people ask why we had to increase someone to pay his salary. There's some kind of basic competency that we're looking for.
I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
May I have a second? May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Miggins,
Yes.
Ms. Saul Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman? Mayor Prupus?
I know I'm out of turn. Is that possible to understand the resolution versus ordinance?
No, we're gonna we will come back to that.
Okay. Sorry.
Yep. Mr. Vignac is scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2590-21.
I present for consideration an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2590-21. Ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn development rules, development regulations, and zoning ordinance. The purpose of this ordinance is to amend the Township of Millburn's zoning code to require a minimum of one on-site loading area for deliveries and move-in, move-out activities at multifamily housing development that produce 5 or more dwelling units. The amendment to Section 607 off-street parking and loading is to ensure that activities consistent with multifamily residential development, such as loading and unloading, are provided for on-site and do not utilize public roadways for such purpose. Before I declare this for open, I like for our planner to talk what we discussed on the planning board, because there was some confusion.
Good evening, Graham Petto again, planning board planner and planner for the township municipality. The proposed ordinance that is before you this evening is regarding incorporation of a standard for an off-street loading space at multifamily residential developments of 5 units or greater in size. The planning board reviewed the draft ordinance that's before you this evening and recommended that this is consistent with the master plan, as the incorporation of an off-street loading space will, reduce impacts on the streetway and reduce the impact of vehicles idling out front of a building to do loading or conducting deliveries. And by incorporating an off-street space, those activities will move off the street and away from the public right of way and reduce sidewalk impacts and other things.
So I understand that part. The question there was, is one space enough? That's the question they asked you, and you were going to look into it. I'm not sure what went in there to explain this further.
We haven't.
We had the similar question earlier before that too. So.
Yeah, we haven't done specific site evaluations to amend the ordinance before you this evening, but if that's certainly a request, we can certainly do that if the committee is interested in, tabling this at this time for us to incorporate additional standards for review. The issue that we found within the ordinance is that there are specific standards by graduated square footage, but of course, graduated square footage is applicable to number of dwelling units. So there's a little bit of inconsistency within the table structure of the ordinance.
Well, I wouldn't want to present this then, because planning board has asked a question. I would expect you to get a solution or get some kind of understanding. They had a question, I had a question, I couldn't understand the answer. So I would like to table this if you're all good with that.
And we can certainly raise this again with the zoning subcommittee to get some additional feedback.
Thank you. Sorry for wasting time.
So do we need a motion?
Do we have, Kit,
Second?
do we all consent?
Yes.
Okay. Committeewoman Eglo and I are going to leave the room.
Yeah, why don't we just take a 2-minute break while you guys leave the room?
Walk out.
Did the committee take action on that? On ordinance 2590, was there action?
Tabled.
Tabled.
Just 2 minutes, we'll be right back.
Yeah, my name is Jeff. We're having to talk about it. I've seen there happen. Take that. I just saw it. You know the Star Lizard.
Right.
You guys have to see. What's your role? I had a business. 13 years. You just have, I just have to. I wanted to.
Yeah.
In terms of what we said. Yeah. So, I think it was that one. I wasn't part of it.
Yeah, let's, all right, let's, okay, we're gonna get started again. Okay, Mr. Feld, we're gonna get back in session. Everybody want to get back in session? Mayor Prupus and Committeewoman Thorleglo will have left the room in accordance with recusals with respect to this item. Okay, okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to be presiding for them for right now. I present for consideration an ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2593-21, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and Zoning Ordinance. The purpose of this ordinance is in furtherance of the conditions of a settlement agreement resolving certain litigation brought by the Township of Millburn Superior Court of New Jersey, Law Division, Essex County, captioned in the matter of the Township of Millburn, docket number ESXL 2778-18, the litigation. The ordinance also adopts the zoning ordinance implementing the essential terms and conditions of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement will not become implemented until approved by the court at a fairness hearing that will be scheduled in the future by the court and will be the subject of published notice that will set forth the date, time, and place in the fairness hearing and advise of an opportunity to be heard. The fairness hearing is in addition to and not in lieu of a statutory public hearing to be held on this ordinance as set forth in the requisite published notice. Tonight is the time it's set for public hearing and final passages advertised in accordance with the law. Mr. Brahma, Mr. Abramson, do you want to make a quick? Oh, I'm sorry. Why don't you speak to this before we open the hearing?
Sure. Good evening, members of the Township Committee. Graham Petto again, Planning Board Planner and Planner at the Township. So just in review of the ordinance that's before you this evening, the Planning Board reviewed this draft ordinance at their meeting back in October, and they found that the proposed ordinance before you was inconsistent with the master plan. I just want to review the findings of the Planning Board for you this evening. The board discussed several issues with regard to the proposed ordinance, and they were divided actually with respect to the consistency with the master plan. It was stated that the master plan for this area recommended that the parcels in this area be rezoned to address large vacant commercial buildings in the area, and recommended that mixed use buildings be permitted that include multifamily housing within this zone. Some members felt that this was inconsistent as the proposed development under this ordinance before you was just for residential development and not a mixed use structure. In addition, several members felt that the proposal to incorporate electric vehicle charging stations did not go far enough to address the sustainability objective within the master plan as well. And then I just wanted to review some of the criteria for the committee to consider as they evaluate the ordinance before you this evening with respect to consistency. So just to note, while the master plan as presented for this area does note that the incorporation of mixed-use buildings and multifamily housing is recommended, the finding that that is inconsistent is not necessarily true. As the proposed ordinance before you will allow for multifamily housing to be in this area, which is one recommendation of the master plan. So it is not necessarily inconsistent, perhaps could be viewed as consistent. The second point that I just wanted to raise was that with respect to the incorporation of electric vehicle charging stations, objective 6.11 of the master plan recommends the adoption of green building ordinances. So by having this provision within the ordinance before you to require on-site electric vehicle charging stations, that is advancing that objective of the master plan, and this could be viewed as consistent rather than a complete inconsistency with the master plan. So any other questions that you may have? Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I declare the hearing open. Does anybody in the public like to speak to this? Okay. I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on the final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed in the final reading in accordance with the law. Can I have a second?
Second.
Can I have a roll call vote, Ms. Scotty?
Yes. Ms. Miggins?
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman? Thank you.
Great. Resolution 21-307. What?
Do they call them?
Oh, no.
No, this was.
Yeah, we're okay. Resolution 21-307, setting forth reasons for the Township Committee's adoption of ordinance as required under New Jersey NJSA 40:55D-62A. Kit, I should read the. Are we okay? No. No.
The resolution incorporates the recommendations made by the planner that this ordinance furthers the purposes of establishing affordable housing in the community, which outweighs inconsistencies noted by the applicant.
Wonderful. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 21-307?
No.
May I have a motion? May I have a motion to approve resolution 21-307?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Gotti, roll call vote.
Ms. Miggins?
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Wasserman?
That's it. Okay, I think we have to have the mayor and the second one come back. Just when they thought again. Not so fast.
Sir, thank you.
Okay, we're on to old business. The Verizon wireless, small wireless facility application. Mr. McDonald, do you have anything to fill us in on?
Yeah, this was a matter that was brought before the township committee, consistent with the ordinance passed this was back in April of this year. At that meeting, the township committee had asked that the representative from Verizon give notice to the two individuals on White Oak Ridge Road that may be impacted by the wireless node installation. As you recall, the others were on county roads outside of residential areas. These two particular ones would have some, they would be in close proximity to residential areas. They acquiesced with that request from the township committee, although not necessarily required. They sent that notice out. They're now looking for the township to follow up and complete the transaction or complete the approval of those wireless nodes.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. McDonald regarding this? Second matter of old business is rooftop decks. Do we have anything that we want to discuss at this point? I think Committeewoman Miggins, you wanted this to be on the agenda.
I did. I thought it was important that we bring it back up because somehow it fell off the agenda. And I know that the planners talked about it this evening. I was confused at why they were talking about it because during our subcommittee meetings, we never talk about it. I got notes from all our subcommittee meetings, so I didn't know who directed them to bring up the decks to begin with. We weren't talking about that ever at the subcommittee meeting. So I was a little confused, quite frankly.
I think Mr. McDonald's going to respond to that.
I think I was asked to refer it to the planner at a previous township committee meeting. So since they were doing reports on other items, we thought that it would make sense for them to also report on that item. So whether it was discussed then or discussed now under old business, certainly either way was you asked that the township committee had asked that the township planner take a look at this item. If that's no longer the case, and if there's no longer desire to look into this any further, and the current ordinance as drafted is what the township committee wants, then we will certainly go that direction, or you can have the township planner look into this further.
I think it was Mr. Wasserman who asked the planner to look at it. And I think it was because, do we want to take a sledgehammer or a scalpel? And it seems like you're already passing all these ordinances for the new affordable housing, already denying rooftop decks. I personally don't think it should be a one size fit all, and I've said this before at meetings, I know you don't agree with me, Ms. Miggins, that it should not be denied across the board in this township. And as we know, anyone can still go to the Board of Adjustments or the Planning Board and ask for a variance. I think we just have to be realistic about people after COVID have come out to the suburbs. If they're moving into an apartment, they still want some open space. We can provide that for them. That picture you showed at 40 Beechwood, whatever it was in Summit, like that's wonderful. If you're in an office building and you might not have ground space for a picnic table, how wonderful to go upstairs to the deck. And also it provides green space, it provides cooling, there's opportunities. So to just take a sledgehammer, I remember former Mayor Burson used to say, you don't take a hammer to a thumbtack, and that's kind of what we're doing here. I don't agree with it. I think we should continue to have you look into it and comparing it to other towns that are like ours. And actually a lot of people from Hoboken do move into New York, into our town. So there's a little bit of, sameness there. So I think that we have to just stop everything in its tracks, which is, I think that I'm seeing here. I'm not agreeing with that. So I think you should continue to look at it before we are proposing ordinance that's just going to kill it for the entire town without rationale. So I'm glad you started the process. And thank you, Mr. Wasserman, for having him do that.
So I have again attended a lot of meeting on the planning board, and this is initially, I think I brought it up, and then I thought maybe I'll take a break and hear it out. But on those meetings on planning board, there are a bunch of meetings were just talked about rooftop deck and how all the residents were so against it. So I am actually ready for not setting the wrong example. If there is one rooftop deck someplace on the building, there'll be other building who will be asking for it. So I'm good with putting all together that block on rooftop deck.
And as far as 40 Beechwood, and I know the building well, Summit's a very difficult town to compare to us. They have more roads, a bigger downtown than we do. And that 40 Beechwood is set right in the center of their downtown. There's no residential real estate around that at all. We know that in the past, we've had different bars and such. They're noise carrying across Taylor Park. There's a house, we've had some complaints. There's a house they're building down on Undercliff. It's a 3-story. They've put a deck on top of it. It's horrific. The neighbors are freaking out about it. So I think we do have to be mindful of these rooftop decks. And as far as someone coming out from Hoboken, they come out of the city to come to the suburbs. This is still a suburb. We'd like to keep it a suburb. And they come here to live in the suburbs. They don't come to live in a city type atmosphere, Diane.
Oh, Ms. Realister, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Wasserman, do you want to chime in here do you have anything that you'd like to say?
No.
You don't have anything you'd like to say right now?
No.
Or not to the.
I agree. I do agree that there should be a ban. I do agree there should be a ban, and I think our neighbors have been very clear on that. I guess originally I was wondering if in towns that ban this, are there any specific, carve outs for anything, maybe commercial? Is there, in towns that ban it? But I am, but I am in favor of banning it. I just want to make sure we do our due diligence.
Can I make a suggestion about how you
Sure.
ban it?
Sure.
I always like to give release valves, and there's always there's a reason why we have variances. There's a
You
reason why.
can take your mask off so we can hear it.
Oh, forgot. Got so used to it, which I never thought I'd say. So just about how to ban this, and about how to ban this in a way that kind of allows the planning board some freedom, as opposed to somebody interpreting this ordinance one day as something that could only be granted by the zoning board. That if you come in with a project and it's part of a larger proposal, the way the MLUL is written, 45 NJSA 405570D1 says uses or principal structures that are not permitted. That's a D1 variance, not principal uses. Just it says uses or principal structures that are not permitted. So the only thing I would suggest is if you're going to amend this to say that, and certain ordinances that are around parking say that any variance from parking should be considered a bulk variance, and that any variance from rooftop deck should be considered a bulk variance. This way, it at least allows, if there's a preliminary and final site plan in front of the planning board can have the judgment to do that and grant that as a C variance, as opposed to sending it to the zoning board as a use variance. That would be the only thing I would suggest, because then either it requires this applicant to have to go back to the zoning board for the use variance as a separate matter, or the whole application go to the zoning board, which I understand why you'd want to do this, and it's like the more cautious approach. But again, like it's a way to build a release valve in that allows this to be considered in the context of a larger application. So it's just something food for thought. But I understand where everybody's coming from and why you feel the way you feel. I don't have a dog in the or a dog in the fight or a horse in the race or whatever they say about these rooftop decks. This is really the first time I've encountered it here. So.
Do you need I don't think you want a release valve, is that correct?
Yeah, I don't want.
And you don't want a release valve,
No.
correct? Do you want a release valve? Or are you ready tonight to say, no rooftop decks, go and direct Phil to go write the ordinance?
When you have the ordinance,
Oh,
it was
okay.
already part of another ordinance, right? That was tabled or something.
Right.
Correct.
So-
Is that still
It's
table?
bifurcated from the
No, it
loading
was
zone.
pulled out because you wanted to see what other possibilities there were, if there was any other way to handle it. It doesn't seem like you want to do that anymore.
Right.
It seems like you just want to put a full-on ban on it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so at this point, then, we have an ordinance.
We will get
It
it
will
back in
be
front of the committee.
introduced on December, the next meeting, the first meeting in December. Wait, I don't know if we can do that because we're going to the year.
I'll talk to the clerk. I think there's.
You think we can do it?
I'll
If we can't do it,
I'll
it'll be
verify.
up in January.
Okay.
Okay. Great, so no more research on any rooftop
Yeah.
decks.
Nothing.
Yeah, turn the clock off.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
Okay, and thank you.
Appreciate you seeing it.
Okay, does any member of the committee tonight have any new business?
No.
No, okay. Now is our public comment period of the meeting. When you come up to the podium, state your name and your address. Please be mindful of the 3 minutes time limit, and okay, public comment is open.
Good evening, Oyewolabi, 46 Maple Street. First, I would like to say that I am shocked at the meeting tonight with the inconsistency when it comes to presentations. So I remember a couple of meetings ago, we had a presentation about the 125 rule, the restaurant ordinance. And I remember specifically that, Tara, you shut the meeting, you shut that presentation down. But tonight, I witnessed us listening to Mr. Jorge go on and on for 30 minutes. So when things doesn't apply to your agenda, you shut it down. The conflict of interest that we should be, concerned about tonight is, I know that Mr. Masterpone is on the planning board, but he's also the firm that we're using when it comes to, he stated in his presentation that he's been working on this for some time now. I would like the public to know how long he has been working on that. Also regarding the DPW site, I hope that we would have put things in place when it comes to flood mitigation before you do anything, because I remember also stating tonight from the presentation that something will be done by December. I know that it might take a year to actually build, but I will hope that we look into flood mitigation before we do anything. Another point that I jotted down tonight is, I remember the Mount Laurel, saying that you could not have 100% affordable housing as it would stigmatize the development. And that's exactly what we're doing. We want to have 100% affordable housing at the DPW. Have you all thought about this? Because then everyone who's coming out of that development, we know that they're from affordable housing unit. And also for the public, I think we need to let the public know that this 5-story building at the DPW will only give us about 350 units out of the 1,300 that all of you signed this town up for. So we still have a whole lot of units to build. I didn't write the numbers down. I don't know how many apartments would be there. So I think that's another thing for us to look at tonight. I don't have that many minutes left. I'm looking at my minutes and I already have something to say prior. So I'm going to kind of run through it. I'd like to have you all, to leave you all with 3 things that I learned from knocking on over 2,000 doors and speaking to residents. Number 1, residents are shocked when they learn about the transformation you have voted for with the massive number of market units granted to developers. Number 2, they ask why they have not been consulted and are insulted by the absence of debate and discussion with them. Number 3, they have come to Millburn Short Hills to get a first-class education for their children and are very concerned about how this will compromise their quality of life. I know my time is up. If I get an opportunity to come back, I'll finish my statement. Thank you.
Good evening, Joe Esposito, 80 Meadowbrook Road. I thought I was coming here this evening to talk about flood mitigation and to hear my name being read on that list. I guess it's not. I don't know what conflict of interest I have of not being on that list, but basically, I was a member of the PSAB, born and raised in Millburn Short Hills, came back 7 years ago. My house has been flooded multiple times. I have a creek behind me. I'm part of the Van Winkle Brook that goes through Glenwood section of town. I got a lot of notes here, but basically, there was a lot of coverage from Ida of downtown and South Mountain, and it's horrific. And don't get me wrong, but just having looked at the the proposal, I had a few notes. You know, the report outlined and steps look good, but it currently only reflects the immediate downtown and South Mountain areas. The Glenwood section, which has the Van Winkle Brook that runs from the Arboretum and weaves under Millburn Ave past the high school, is also part of the Rahway River Plan. I mean, there's two floodplains in the town. There's Passaic and there's the Rahway. There's a section right behind my house, the whole block got flooded, that is unpiped, unculverted. It floods numerous times. I have PTSD every time it rains. I took pictures today of when it comes out of the pipe, the wall is like that, and there are trees going across it. There's things that can be done, and I'll bring that up. But I guess what I want to know, and I'd emailed Committee Vignac. I haven't heard back from you, but maybe tonight, maybe Deputy Mayor Wasserman, Committee Vignac, if you could keep me in the loop or tell me who the committee is, those members, and who represents specifically Glenwood area, so I can work with that person. Because I've already pledged after hearing my name in town like a month ago to all my neighbors, like, hey, I'm going to like represent you and represent specifically this block that 12 people all got flooded. So what else? I think that's it. I want to thank you for your time. We haven't been 5 hours, but I do think we need to fall back with the clock. Thank you.
I was looking at it.
Thank you. Good evening, Perry Urso, 514 Millburn Avenue in Short Hills. Well, I apologize because some of this was about consent agenda items that we were not had the opportunity to speak on. So we have the resolution 21-299. And at the October, that I guess that had to do with the animal control. So at the October 5th, 2021 Township Committee meeting, I asked what happened to the animal control employees and where their savings are to the town. Unfortunately, your answer was a little vague and I really didn't quite understand it. And now tonight you have approved a resolution to increase the spending for the outsourcing of the animal control service. So why and was there a savings? Resolution 21-301, the increase for the municipal attorney's suite deal for their legal services. Tonight, we heard often over and over again about professionals and changing professionals and why we've had them for so long and, you know, or really what they're doing. So by way of Oprah, I received on October 19th, 2021, the time summaries from the calendar year 2020 to the present, which payments reflected only until September 2021. So it's still pending October, possibly November, December. And the amount of monies that were paid out on behalf of the Bear property case is actually astonishing. Just to bring us to mediation. It would be irresponsible, actually it was irresponsible, and please forgive me, but have each and every one of you gone through these time summaries? Have each and every one of you questioned this township attorney, especially you, Mr. Vignac? That you ran, we were going to use taxpayers' money and we're going to litigate and not mediate, and here we are today. I'm not even going to tell you the amount of monies that are calculated from 2020 to September 2021 for a Bear property case, yes, with a conflict of interest. And it's okay that you changed your mind, because we're all allowed to change our minds. It's just crazy, irresponsible with this increase. Without any prior review. I can't say if in fact that you did or did not look at these time summaries. Maybe you can answer. I would hope you can answer. This resolution brings me to ask of the board that you have retained or employed purchasing agents. What is the purpose of this position and their responsibilities? Is it for oversight? Is it for overspending? Is it watching over expenditures of careless spending? If so, the same reason you should consider hiring or retaining an agent to oversee Falcone Marizzi's time summaries with a fine-tooth comb. I'd like to thank Mr. McDonald for putting in for the, which we're pending our 15-minute sanction, which we are patiently waiting for its arrival. Lastly, before we give credit to Mr. Grillo,
Don't forget to thank the generosity of this community, especially the Wilk Foundation, the very foundation you failed to congratulate at the groundbreaking of their project on Upper Millburn Avenue. I strongly urge that this board, who is overseeing the SID organization, right, Mr. Wasserman? That all monies distributed for this refresh program and IDA relief, that the 300 and some odd pages of the applications should be carefully looked at. And please let Mr. Grillo know that this is not how you get buy-in. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld. I first want to have a shout out for the 5 high school students that played in the symphony this weekend. My wife went, she's trying to civilize me about how culture, because it's a very unique program that we've been introduced in the last 2 weeks by the group that they have. There was a lot of information thrown out today about Main Street, Main 111. Low-income housing tax credits was mentioned. That requires a pilot. That was announced tonight. We really need to consider a new policy where the citizens can speak before you take action on action items. In December, I think 14th, I will be arguing in front of the appellate division on that issue. I think the voters and even the questions are asked, people want to be heard at the beginning because we can help you. As to like resolution 21-299, where you talked about increasing the duties and payment for the animal control, you don't say what those additional duties are. I don't know. The public should at least have a letter attached to the resolution saying, we're going to pay you an additional $15,000, but what are you doing for it? And that's just basic contract work. As the time summaries, and something is going on in this room. When you amended the resolution regarding the municipal attorneys, that everything has to go through the VA now, is to get control. It took me about several weeks to get the redacted summaries from the last bill list. You should read about my litigation. The last entry, they don't even show the entries that they filed an answer out of time, and they wrote me an email to say whether I consent. It's not even on the time summaries. But more importantly, the last entry is whether, not at the beginning of the research, but the last entry is whether a law firm can represent the entity and the individual public officials. I put that in my pleadings. When we get to public entity litigation, different rules govern professional attorneys. I'm not talking about when we talk about conflict of interest or whether, public officials, what they have. Different rules went there. And then there's a question in here in this time summary about a counterclaim. In a declaratory judgment, prerogative writ action, what kind of counterclaim would you file against me? The only counterclaim there could have been, because most of you are being sued, is because of the prepared statement and denying us the right to speak before. The only counterclaim that would have been brought is if each of you had a claim against me. Each of you, not the municipality, but each of you. For you to use the attorney to draft and research a counterclaim using public assets for a private purpose. Be careful. October 31st, Sunday Star Ledger, front page. What's the most corrupt municipality in the state? Orange. Who was Mr. Pleadings? You know what I've done. I warned you. We've crossed the lines in this town.
Thank you, Mr. Veld. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dominique Grosso, 521 Millburn Avenue. I just wanted to know when I should expect some OPRA requests sent to my email from September 1st. Still waiting, and I followed up a few times on that. And another question pertaining to would be, what is the protocol for a township committee member to call in or ask for a favor
as a form of retaliation against a hardworking property owner? So I would love to know this question if someone can answer that. Thank you. Should we go to the
Yeah, but the individual who has their name as PO taxpayer, we will not call on you or bring you into the meeting until you put your name on the Zoom.
Good evening, April. Would you like to unmute yourself?
Yes. Hi.
Good
I'm
evening.
sorry. Yes, I'm on Zoom. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I have a question about the flood mitigation subcommittee. Thanks to the town committee, now we have organized a subcommittee for the flood mitigation. A quick question for Mr. Mossman. So, is there a plan for the subcommittee meetings, like matters like the flood mitigation, like today's meeting? It's been over 4 hours, and I understand all of you guys are still in the town hall. It's like almost midnight. It doesn't make sense to me for a matter like this to be discussed with a whole bunch of other matters, and doesn't show the time sensitive, and also doesn't allow enough time allocated to people to discuss and ask questions. So once the subcommittee is in place, does that mean the meeting will be focused on flood mitigation? And does that allow town residents to attend? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep going.
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Kirsch.
Good evening. Phil Kirsch, 93 Cedar Street. I was happy to hear about the plans for affordable housing. I think that's the way you have to go to have 100% affordable housing in order to get some of the what's needed taken care of. And I was happy to hear also that sustainability was talked about. I just wanted to put out there right now the word solar, because I think that really anything built in this town from now on should have solar panels. And I'm hoping that's part of the plan, but I want it to be out there in the concept from the beginning. So later on, no one can say that now we can't do it because of this or because of that. I know from the residential solar we have in our house that there are federal tax credits, there are state solar renewable energy credits, and of course, there's the energy cost savings every day and the credits that a building gets by feeding back into the grid. So I think that it's a win-win. I think it would be great as a model for the town to show off, as a precedent for the town. And I'll keep bringing it up because I think, again, I think we have to put solar right out there in this building the town's going to put up in the DPW site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is Mark Bocari with Verizon State Government Affairs. I'd like to thank the mayor and council for their time and their consideration. This question is really for Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald, regarding the Verizon Wireless small cell facilities, I understand that you were in receipt of the copies of the letters that we sent to the two residents. I'm just curious to know, because there was no further discussion aside from just informing that we complied with the request of the town, are we now approved to proceed? Or does a subsequent vote have to be taken?
No, we're gonna follow. So Mr. Boccieri, we're gonna follow procedure in terms of after the public comments done, Mr. McDonald will answer your question.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
And good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rachel Lerner. I live on Locust Avenue. I just wanted to follow up on two things. The PSAF meeting that occurred in October, I believe, with my child's accident on Locust and Ridgewood. Because of PSE&G, they're doing a lot of road work. I have reached out to Sergeant Smeraldo and a couple of other people on the committee, and I was just curious if there is a way, for the temporary flex post or anything that can be used in the short term, if it is a way to be kind of streamlining it and to save some money, if anything needs to be done at the same time that they're doing any road work or repair, if that could also be included rather than, waste money and that kind of thing. So that is my first thing. The second thing is regarding flood mitigation. I've reviewed a lot of articles and the history PowerPoints and things like that from various engineers that, kind of date back between 2013, 2014. I'm not a climatologist nor hydrologist, nor engineer, but it looks like, a lot of things have been evaluated and discussed in the past. And a lot of smart people have worked on this, including the Rahway River Basin, flood risk management, feasibility study, the work with Mott McDonald, with the US ACE, and there's just been a lot of funding on it. And a lot of these projects, the 7 projects that came up with the US ACE, some of them cost hundreds of millions of dollars. So I would just, emphasize that I hope that the flood committee, subcommittee, really looks at the history of this and, doesn't just spin wheels and doesn't start from point A, because I think that we know the history and there's been extensive history on this. So I just, encourage that. And again, one last thing is just regarding the flood subcommittee. I hope that it is transparent and that it's open for public commentary as well. Because, a lot of my neighbors are not American citizens, and I think are afraid a little bit to reach out to, politicians and public officials. And I just hope that there is a space for everyone to kind of have input and able to share their opinions.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Good evening, Ms. Pasternak. Ms. Pasternak? All right. Ms. Pasternak, would you like to make a comment? She's not muted. Her microphone's on. Okay. All right. Does anyone else want to make a public comment?
Evening, Carrie Heller, 56 Byron Road. There seems to be an assumption by some that individuals care whether they're on the flood mitigation committee. We don't. We don't care. We care about the town. What we care about is that what you're doing is not the proper process because you're not educated. And the reason you're not educated is you keep hearing me speak about, Diane happened to mention it, I don't know where she got it from today, but last year, Alex, and you know all too well, May 2020 from Mott McDonald, there's a substantial report in the public domain, which got buried. I'll read you just a sentence out of it. Under the different 4 alternatives and some other possibilities. Should the Township of Millburn consider pursuing the improvements of the downtown area? And this is just regarding the downtown, not the East Branch, just downtown. It'd be a preferred option with some potential modifications. Additional considerations under this option would include the exclusion of flood walls between Essex Street. So that was one of the things. Alex mentioned, I think earlier, I think yourself, two-dimensional, 2D. All right, so what was done last year, more needed to be done. But it was a great starting point, which nothing came of it. I think there was a memo from Alex to the Township Committee that basically said we shouldn't do anything. But Mount McDonald has referenced in here, taking down the footer building, doing something with the Millburn Avenue Bridge, which is not an overnight thing. But there's all sorts of other things that would have come from this last year, which if property owners downtown, South Mountain area, everywhere had 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes, 20 more minutes to prepare for the onslaught, which was to come. Maybe the car and maybe the dumpsters would not have fallen into the dumpster had we continued to pursue what we did last year. My point is to administer this again from the Township Committee, as it's been done any number of times over the years, is the wrong process. Take your flood committee, as I think Tara, Mayor referenced. They're the ones that should be administering this, not Mr. Vinayak, yourself at the Township Committee level. It needs to, as it's done in other towns, you dummy it down to a subcommittee of which you have your own experts, engineer, town administrator, 2 Township Committee people. And you send it out to whether Mount McDonald, after meeting with the Flood Mitigation Committee, to discuss those things that you want to accomplish, not by getting a vague proposal from Mount McDonald, which is lacking in all sorts of different things. And you're not going to get anywhere. You guys changed. The reason this never happens at the Township Committee level in any town, if done this way, is because you guys change every year. We don't stay the same 5 people. He stays, your engineer stays. Even your subcommittee people can stay. I urge you to modify, delay, and I know my time is up, is please let it go to the flood committee to make the decision in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, wait, was Jean, was that Jean? We're gonna go back to Jean and we have, one more. We have 2 more on the, Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Jean Pasternak, 342 Hobart. I'd like to just compliment again the community for being so generous with the $400,000 in grants, both contributed as well as the taxpayers who had their monies transferred into this fund. I think this is such an incredible, generous community, and I hope that we'll continue to thank the people who put the money up to do this. In terms of some questions, the best practices inventory, is that information audited ever, or is it just a voluntary supply of the information to come to the conclusion of that rate that you quoted, Alex? And I have another question on the animal control. I had heard that the 2 township employees that were in animal control were actually transferred to DPW, and then they were assigned to clean up, deer carcasses and so forth. Are they still, is that what this increase is for? Is basically to pay those people to do that job? I'm just curious why the increase. The other question I have is this illegal restaurant that's been operating on Upper Millburn since April 2020. Is that, I've heard that the owner has said that he's not been making plans because he was told to wait until after the election. Is that restaurant leaving their location on or before November 18th, as you had said, Mr. McDonald, or is there some other plan going on there? The other question I have is, well, first of all, I'd like to compliment Township Clerk Christine Gaddy for all her hard work during the election on November 2nd. I saw her in action. She was incredible, doing all kinds of good things, particularly when she recognized that there was confusion. Some of the machines weren't working properly. It seemed a bit chaotic, especially at the community congregational location. She called the Board of Elections and got someone out there immediately. And I want to thank her for her excellent work. I also wanted to raise this question several times, but Is the community going to be invited to an open public discussion about the proposed DPW site redevelopment? Is this part of anything that's planned regarding the overall fair share housing settlement? When is that taking place? I'm sorry if I missed if something was announced, but it's not clear to me. I'm sure it wouldn't be clear to other members of the public as to when that might occur. And one other thing that I've raised on several different occasions, I know this weekend there's going to be an unveiling of the 9/11 new memorial. And I've asked, and I'm asking on behalf of all the Millburn Short Hills families, past and present, who are 9/11 survivor families, whose members are or were victims of the 9/11 toxic exposure, who returned to work, to live, or go to school in that exposure zone, who answered the call of the nation to go back, return to normal, get the economic engine of Wall Street up and running, and who, because they were lied to because about the quality of air they were breathing was not safe, that it was in fact filled with asbestos and other toxic chemicals, subsequently got very sick and in some cases gravely and fatally, will also be recognized as part of the memorial and as members of our community that will be at Crescent Park. Thank you.
With that, we will close public comment and the committee members and Mr. McDonald, I think you have a few responses. One thing that was brought up that reminded me of something that I wanted to talk about tonight, and obviously it didn't happen, but I want to talk about the dumpsters and the cars and figuring out a way to secure them, if there's a way to secure them, if we need to have an ordinance about the dumpsters behind the standard and the car that went into the bridge. So I hope that we could talk about that under new business at the next meeting, and that you guys are just letting, I think it's important that we address it. So that is all I have. Does any of the other committee members want to address anything that was stated tonight?
Sure.
Okay.
Start on this end. Well, Oyen left, but Jorge, I believe, said he started looking at this in the summer. It's 75 units. Mr. Esposito, maybe there's still room. I think maybe Mr. Wasserman has not finished populating that committee. I think it's important to have people from different parts of the area who experience flood. And you do have Mike Roberts, who's a wonderful addition because he was our former fire chief and he's your neighbor. And so he's someone you could probably team up with. I'm also curious to know if there'll be set meeting schedules. Will they be public? Will they be recorded? And to you, Dominique, I just want to say that 10 years ago, I believe it was the Hydrojaica building on Millburn had a fire. And for about 10 years, there was a huge piece of plywood sticking out, blocking Michelle Reddick's shop. I can't remember her shop was called. What?
Squirrel on the Bee.
Yeah, Squirrel on the Bee. So the year that I was mayor, I brought in the owner of that building into town hall, had her sit down with Alex and Jerry, and we worked with her in a very, very tight time frame. And you know what? That was gone. That monstrosity that was blocking Millburn Avenue for 10 years was gone. It's not retaliation. I drive up and down Millburn Avenue. You didn't have to Oprah me. I did put a report in as a citizen, because anyone can put a report in as a citizen. There's a gaping hole in the building. It's an eyesore. Okay, so now you wanted me to say it publicly. It was not retaliation. It was to keep our community, clean and appropriate looking. You want to call it retaliation? That's your choice. That's it. I'm done. I'm exhausted.
Okay, any other members respond?
Yeah, I also want to say that for affordable housing, there's a fairness hearing, and I believe it's on December 15th, and everyone in the community, all stakeholders are invited to attend, say what you want to the judge, and it's an important time if you wanted to let the judge know how you feel. So I just wanted to throw that out and make sure everybody knows that.
Also, to Oyen, it's a 4-story. She had said it was a 5-story building. Jorge Mastropietro volunteered. He's not charging the town a penny. He volunteered to help us with this because we have time constraints that have been court ordered. Everything with fair share housing is court ordered. We have no choices here, folks. They've kicked the can down the road and it's sitting in the township committee's lap. As far as having to build 1,300 units, we don't have to build 1,300 units. We have to do overlay zones. And if Boyan wants to come back, I'd be more than happy to educate her on exactly what it is that we're doing and how things are getting built. And as far as the 75 unit at 11 Main Street, the purpose of doing that 75 units at that place was so that we got our overlay zones lower. The lower your overlay zones, the better for us. Originally, the fair share housing people wanted us to put 375 units there. So we chose instead as a committee to put 75 fair share units there. And we think that's the appropriate thing to do, to not have 375. We prefer to have 75 and have it all in one place.
Right, and just one other thing with fair share housing with the 75 units, this is what they mandated. You know, this was
We have no
mandated
choice.
as they have in other towns. So it's not
Right.
just us. So I just want to make that clear.
And there will be information sessions
100%.
about the settlement on a global level and specifically the 11 Main Street site so that the public can ask questions and get answers from our professionals. So Mr. McDonald is in the process of setting that all up and dates will be released. Mr. McDonald, do you want to? Yes.
So there has been this animal control question has been asked, and you have responded back to them on that question last time also. It was because of I think you have also said the number of deer that were dying this year was way, way more than what it was before. And that's why you have to get the extra service from animal control. And that's what this was. So if you could repeat again, I don't really want you to repeat it, but I guess just one more time, please.
It's fine, Committeeman, and also was going to be part of my response. So real quick, for Verizon, no, you are not approved. This was meant to be a refresh for the township committee. They get the material, they reread it, they understand that you've done what was asked of you. Now at the next meeting, we'll make sure that that's on for an approval. The animal control question is that we have increased this, and it's actually by $10,000, not $15,000, as a result of, and keep in mind that that contract from July until December was $15,000, so we're actually increasing this to $25,000. As a result of the zombie deer disease, or what, is what they were calling it, in which a large number of deer were dying in the early fall as a result of a mite that was going around, and this occurred throughout the state. I had given some numbers with regard to that massive increase in dead deer, and they were dying in locations that they normally do not die in, like people's backyards, open spaces, and things like that. So to answer both Jean and Ms. Urso's question about animal control, those animal control officers were absorbed into the Public Works Department, in which now they work in the Parks Division of Public Works. And on occasion, when we are looking to provide a service to our residents, which is the most important part of all of this, is that we will have DPW, whether it's these guys or somebody else, it does not matter, go pick up a deer that might be in the roadway or in the backyard when Animal Control Solutions or the other service, deer carcass removal, is not picking things up in time. The most important part is that we're providing a service. It does not, one of those is going to provide it. And certainly DPW does help out at times with that, and it always has. So just want to be very clear on that.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah, the only thing is that Jean had asked, Ms. Pasternak had asked about the best practice and whether they're audited. Not to my knowledge. I've never heard of them being audited. Again, this is a questionnaire from the state that they developed to determine, to give a way that make sure that towns are doing minimum requirements. And if they do not do that, then they will reduce their state aid.
Thank you. Our next meeting is in December. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody who's celebrating, and motion to adjourn the meeting. Second.
Second.